with you being out in San Fran. That's how everybody says it out there, right? San Fran. Wait,
Yeah.
wait, what is it? Everybody says no. People there don't say Frisco, do they?
No, no.
Okay.
I mostly I only hear it said it's the whole San Francisco or the city here. It's like
Okay.
it's the city. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Never. You want to lump onto that Frisco. Uh,
I
and wait, also is uh is rice-a-roni really the San Francisco treat? Are you all like
don't think so.
snacking on rice-a-roni?
There's a lot of better treats out here than rice roni.
It's time for Gavin Doodle.
Buddy, it's Thursday night, and we all know what Thursday night means. It means it's Gavin Doodle. Tonight, we have on. Well, first of all, tonight is the second to last nighttime version of this. I.e., next week we have Game and Doodle. Game and Doodle is for anybody that has not watched. We have on 3 other people at that time. We're gonna have on Jacob Suva, Renee Carilla, and Sarah Anderson Walsh. And we're going to play games all night long, drawing games, and my wife will host it. As well, before I forget, the stuff gets posted on YouTube as well. Everything underneath Studiohoffmann, so it's Hoffman with 2 N's. But I see that we have a request from our special guest tonight. And our guest tonight is the one, the only Rob Sayegh Jr. And so we have a couple of books here. We have Love Tales. The one that you did with Seth Meyers, of course, I'm Not Scared, You're Scared. And the other one we have here on hand is Proper Badger. Would never. But I think, and he'll have to correct me on this, but I think in 5 days, his new book comes out. And so we're very excited to get our hands on that. And so hopefully we'll get a little like preemptive, we don't want the whole story, but hopefully we'll get some of it. So let me let our special guest in, and we'll get going for the night. I hit invite. We'll see if it takes. There we go.
Hey!
Wow. How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing okay. How are things?
Great. Thank you so much for having me. This is so fun. I'm so
It's
excited to
been,
be back.
yeah, I know. Do you know that you are the first repeat offender?
Whoa!
We've had
That's
people.
an honor.
Yeah, we've had people on twice, but it's the people that came on twice were for Game and Doodle. We've never had anybody come back for a solo venture, and so you're the first one.
That's
So
amazing. That's
yeah,
so
no.
exciting. Yeah.
It is very exciting. We're excited to have you back. So I'm going to adjust my camera here real quick.
Mhm.
1 second. A little higher. So tell us. We'll get into this. You've already been through this, so you know the drill of sort of what happens. But for those that are tuning in that may not know who you are, hopefully they do. But if they don't, can you give us a little refresher? What's your name? What do you do? What's your job?
I am Rob Sayegh Jr. I am a children's book author and illustrator. I've worked on several books. Some of them I saw you showed already with like Love Tales and Proper Badger. But my next book comes out Tuesday. It's called Dawn Patrol. And it's a book unlike anything I've worked on before, which I'm really excited for. It's doesn't have an animal in it. It doesn't have an animal that talks. It's a very emotional story, and I'm really excited for it to be out in the world finally. Yeah.
Have you primarily done animals? I guess you have, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Almost all my books, except for Pajama Rama, which I did a year or two ago, have been handheld or are primarily about an animal that talks, which is a lot of fun. Yeah.
I think that's probably standard fare for a lot of kidlit folks, that there's a I don't want to say a preference, but animals are cute and easy to go to when it comes to some of that. Real quick, someone, Bear Edwards says, I don't think your headphone mic is working. It sounds like you're on a room mic.
Is this better?
Yes.
Oh.
Yes, much better.
Okay, let's do that. Let's do that. I thought it would be better to have my headphones on, but we can do without headphones. That's totally
It just sounded,
fine.
it sounded a
Show off
little
my
tin
ears.
can. Yeah. You can hear us better that way.
Yeah.
So, give us a little update. What's going on in life? I tried to do the math today, and my wife was going to look it up. I don't think she ever did. As to when you were on last, my assumption it was over a year ago, but I could be wrong.
Yes. It has to be definitely over a year. I have a son now who's going to be 1. So that's how I know. Yeah. Who's great. And I think it's been a lot of fun to be a parent. And I think, I know you're a parent as well. And I think it's just a whole different perspective of things, which is a lot of fun, especially when it comes to books. What else has been going on? I've just been doing a lot of books, which has been great. There's a follow-up to Q-Pig, which is fun, coming out soon, and a follow-up to Proper Badger, which is great. So I did my first sequels that I've ever worked on, which is a lot of fun. But really just the same plus kid.
Is it harder? I mean, obviously you have time constraints and things. Like I know you got to put your kid to bed tonight, which you're in San Fran, right?
Yes, I am.
So that's like it's like 5 there. No?
Yeah, it's 5 o'clock now. Yeah, he has a very early bedtime. He's 6:30 sleeper. So
he's 1. He's 1.
Yeah.
It's whatever time he needs to sleep. He sleeps. Yeah. He's still taking naps, right?
Yes, still taking naps. Yeah.
Okay, there you go. And then what was I going to say? There was something there that you mentioned that I was going to say. I mean, you mentioned the idea of like things change when you're a parent. It's now, correct me if I'm wrong, because I hope I'm not wrong, but I assume that it was the same thing. That like there's this weird instant love when you have a kid. Like it's freaky
totally.
how like my concept of it was like it wasn't a person until it was a person in front of me. My son. But that like it was just conceptual, and then all of a sudden there's a person in front of you, and then like you do anything to protect that person, and it's so weird how it like switches like that.
Yeah. I was shocked at like how I thought like everyone's like, oh, it'll be immediate. You'll know. And I was like, oh yeah. And then I thought to myself, but like, doesn't it take time? And then like as soon as it happened, I was like, whoa, this is like pretty instantaneous. And I mean, he's so great, and it's like every little thing we just talk about him for like hours. I'm like afraid to start talking about him because I'll be like, gushing for hours. But it's really I think it's just changed my perspective on the way I look at things. Like everything's unsafe all of a sudden in our house. Like we have to make everything safe, and I think it's just an interesting dynamic being a parent too, and kind of it's a whole, like you said, it changes your world, but it's also this whole other side. Like I have like very limited time to work now, which is interesting, and where I used to be able, I can work on that like later tonight, and like, but I don't want to do that. I would love to put like I want to spend time with my son, and so I think in a lot of ways it's made me more productive because I know I have a certain amount of hours a day that I can work. So it's just interesting. There's been so many changes.
You have to dedicate time. You have to like the family time has to become that much more important. One question I have for you, and this is a weird question, then we can just start working because we've already been through this. But how many kids' books did you get as baby gifts? Being that you're in the kid list.
We did actually a really fun. We have so many to begin with. It's scary. I think it makes it better that we have a kid because we had so many before we had a kid.
You're not a creep anymore.
Yeah, yeah, it's definitely not creepy anymore. But we had a really fun baby shower where we asked everyone to bring their favorite book. It didn't have to be a kid's book, but could be any book.
Yeah.
From and I would say 90% of them were kids' books, and it was a lot of fun to see everyone's favorites. And it was like some that I've never heard of, some that I've totally heard of. Some people brought really like contemporary books, and then we got like also like classic books like Grapes of Wrath and stuff. So it was very interesting. Yeah, but we got a lot of books, and now I find it as an excuse to get more, which is a problem.
Yep.
And we live really close to a library, which is great. So I feel it's nice to to go with him and pick out, not that he knows what's going on, but I pick out books. He's a very curated selection of books right now. But we just to go pick out books with him and read every night. It's a lot of fun. I definitely read more books now than before because
Did you get like one of the things that I remember I wish that I held on to more when and it was before I was gonna say we had lots of board books at the beginning, and I think I just sort of like, oh, those are my stuff for my son when he was a baby, and I wasn't really in the kidlit world, and I donated a bunch of them, and there's part of them that I wish I held on to just because they were so like such a different format. And now I have such a tiny little collection of board books and a whole bunch of picture books. But I imagine you're also in that board book range at this point. Too, right?
Yeah, and we have some awesome board books. I don't know if you know, I think it's John Julian. He's French illustrator, Jean Julian. He does these super funny board books where it's like, this is not a book, and every time you open it, it's like a laptop, but it's like drawn in a really funny way.
Yeah.
And it's like, so the kid isn't experiencing a book. There's so many good board books. I love the format of board books in particular because I think there's so much room for unexpected play where coming from like a toy design background, like I feel it's very close to like almost like a toy.
Yeah,
like,
the
where
physical.
It's a different than a book. Yeah, like you can like a picture book, to turn the page and stuff, but like you can put lift and flaps in a board book. You can put holes in them, and I think it's a very cool format that I think or Aaron Becker's book. I don't know if you've seen the one. It has like translucent material through it, so you can like look at it. That's beautiful, and like I think that's so cool and such like a creative way to use a book.
We saw him at our local bookstore. He was reading the newest one of those. I forget which one it was, but and he held it up to the light, and it's just like it glowed like a what's that called? The windows. Stained glass
prism or stained glass? Yeah.
Stained glass, yeah. Anyways, let's work. Let's dive in. Cool. I know you have a bedtime, and so let's jump into it. And so I'm just gonna ask questions as we get going. But I should also, before I forget, let me go back to the other. Real quick. What are we using for materials?
Okay. Cool. So today I thought it would be interesting to show, a lot of people have had questions about how I work lately with mixing materials and mixing. So I thought I'm using Photoshop, but I thought it would be cool to show you guys how I use Photoshop to kind of do collage and kind of what I did for the book in Dawn Patrol with I mixed hand marbling, like I hand marbled paper, and then I ripped paper and stuff, and then I mixed it into Photoshop using mostly the clipping mask and stuff. So I'll be using Photoshop, and I thought that would be fun to give everyone like a little sneak peek.
Cool. I'm excited to see the. I haven't even seen the book because it hasn't come out yet. Yeah. I'm excited to see it. I'm sure I'll have questions once it comes out, and I'll DM you afterwards. But then the other quick question is, what are you actually working on tonight?
Oh, I was going to ask what you're drawing and use you as inspiration, but I could draw anything today. What are you working on? What's that? Whoa.
It's for Mother's Day.
For Mother's Day. I can do something for Mother's Day.
Yeah. It's little beavers that have made a log for their mother for breakfast in bed. And there's smoke. Even though it's just a log, there's still smoke coming out from the other room, and it's 5 a.m. Which you'll find out about that at a certain point. They just get up at a time, and you don't get a choice. Yeah, Mother's Day. Go Mother's Day. It's
Yeah.
it. You can make a gift for someone. That's so. Anyway,
Cool.
I'm gonna switch to my downshoot. You do the same, and we'll get going.
Mm-hmm.
So, tell me a little bit. I mean, I don't want to talk kids, but you mentioned just that idea of like perspective changed on how you, or books in general. And I'm wondering, did you have a lot of kids around prior to your kid, or is this sort of a new
Oh,
venture to
that's a good
have?
question. I grew up with a lot of cousins and stuff, and so I've always been around kids of all ages. So that wasn't really new. I was very used to babies and uh, younger kids, older kids. So I was very used to just experiencing that. It's still all
Yeah,
new. It's a very
yeah, of
different
course.
different yeah angle of it, but it's pretty cool. I think I feel very comfortable. Like if someone said watch this baby, I'd be okay before.
Yeah. I know the first time I really held a baby, which I was like way too late in life. I think I was in my 20s. Uh, I did that classic move of like I sat down before. I was like, I'm gonna drop this baby. I'm gonna sit down, I'm gonna put it in my lap, and I will hold this baby then and take it from me before I stand up. I think it was a friend's kid. I don't remember off the top of my head, but I see my feed is already blurry on my end, which is weird. Um, Hopefully it clears up. But so the reason I ask in particular is just like some people, like even in my case, that understanding of like kids, and obviously 1-year-old, you're not having like the robust conversations at this point. Um, but that understanding of like how kids think and how to interact with them definitely
Hmm.
changed once I had a kid. Like now hanging out with kids, I'm like willing to make the like dad jokes and those kinds of ventures. Whereas I don't think I was like, not that I wasn't smart enough to do that before, but it just wasn't my regular cup of tea at the time. So are there other ways, like, thinking about how you write books, thinking about um, how you illustrate in particular? Like, have you seen any sort of change?
Um, yeah, I would say both in writing. I've been much more on I even on this book I talk about parenting a lot and that bond between a parent and a kid. I would say I've been using much more, and I think Sean Harris talks a lot about this too. Like I wouldn't say call them younger materials, but like materials that kids are familiar with too. I've
Yeah,
been starting to do a lot more of that and throwing more of that in. Um, but
I know that.
I think that helps. We've also been putting, which has been a lot of fun, paint in like a Ziploc bag and letting my son go to town on
Uh,
it. And
yes,
he's
I
been
know.
helping me make some textures, which is fun.
Sort of
Yeah.
squish it around and whatnot.
Yeah.
Jarrett Lerner, do you know Jarrett Lerner?
Hmm.
Do you know I remember at one point, I remember there was this question in my head of just sort of like his aesthetic was, like very, very simple shapes and things of the sort. And I remember thinking initially, because I had seen other work by him where I'm like, well, why is he doing this sort of simplified thing? And I remember he came to this, or he talked somewhere at some point, and I heard him say that the reason why he did that was because it was materials and things that the kids reading the book could do. And like, it was like, um, there wasn't a high threshold that a kid would have to accomplish in order to mimic or to draw those characters, and make it look similar, which I thought was like a really interesting take, because I think in my head, I always chalked it up to like, oh, well, why are we simplifying or why are we dumbing this down? And in reality, I came to the conclusion later that it wasn't dumbing down in any way. It was giving accessibility to those kids. And that's where that same like Sean Harris with like the crayons and material wise, like his teeny unicorn and whatnot, have
Mm-hmm.
that vibe. Um, and you know, hopefully at some point I will dumb my stuff down. Well, no, I keep using that phrase, but I don't mean it in that way. Uh, but
Yeah, I get what you mean though. I think it's just something to I think I related a lot to. I play guitar, and I remember when learning guitar, I loved learning the songs that I knew and listening to the songs that I knew I could play.
yeah,
And it was like, yeah, and I think it's just um there's that I want I think there's that common bond that you immediately share, that like, oh, I can play that song.
yeah,
And like, I love that song, I can play that song. Or like, I can use crayons, I know that texture, I immediately resonate, it immediately resonates with me. And I think there's something super interesting to that I think Sean Harris, he does a great job with his new book, Let's Be Bees. And I think there's a lot of I think there's a lot of truth to that statement, that there is a lot that kids can look for in those books. I don't think everyone's style has to be that way, but I think it helps when there's touches of it that help, kids respond in that way.
yeah. I speaking of playing guitar, um, before this started, I was like, I gotta remember where you're from. That's how I knew San Francisco, because I was trying to remember, because we've had so many people on that if you ask me where everybody's from, it's all a wash at this point. But I went, and the first link I saw was I forget, it was one of the publishers' links, and I was just reading the bio just to see if it said where you're from again. And the first thing I saw in the bio was that you were in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and I was like, what is going on
Huh?
here? What am I reading? And it was the book with Rick Ocasek.
Oh, cool. I didn't know that. That's pretty cool.
And so,
That's
like,
awesome.
his bio came up in the way, like, your bio was mixed in, but, like, underneath it. And
Oh.
I had just immediately saw the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. I'm like, what is going on? I didn't know that at all. Like, what is this?
Yeah, yeah. That was very early on in my career. I did those books, and they were a lot of fun. They taught me a lot about kind of coming up with like a hook and a concept, and
Yeah.
uh, carrying it out through a book. I remember
And how to jam on a
and
guitar.
how to jam a guitar. I remember the Rick Ocasek one. I made it about two cats, and I took a ball of yarn and I made that yarn into different things throughout the book,
Yeah.
using like just like twirling it around and making it like a continuous line. That was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun with those books. It was kind of one of those projects that it's like, do what you want. I was like, cool. And I was like, at the very beginning, I was like, okay, this is a lot of pressure. But
Yeah.
it was a lot of fun. Yeah.
How do you keep up with well, yeah, early on, I think that there's a lot of, like, at least in my career, there were a lot of false starts and
Mm-hmm.
ideas of what I could do without understanding the complexity or the challenges that would result from it. So, like, the
Mm-hmm.
what do you want to call that? The cause and effect. So
Yeah.
I would make decisions. I'm like, this is so smart. I'm going to be so happy with this. And then, halfway through the project, I'm immediately crying because it's I made some dumb decision that haunts me to this day. With sorry, I'm looking for colors. I'm trying to find a palette here first for my scene, but I haven't figured it out yet. So with the new book, tell me about the new book. Tell me, like, because I know it comes out in a few days. So you already have your copies.
Yes.
Do you have your author copies besides the singular?
Yes, I have my author
Okay.
copies. Yeah, I should have sent you one before this. I totally forgot, but I'm sorry about that.
No worries. No
Uh,
worries.
um, but yeah, the book is called Dawn Patrol. It's about a father and daughter who go out every morning before school and surf. It's like their everyday thing, and it's a very slow book. It's very, I think it's less than 200 words. But it talks about mostly that a bond of making the most of the little time, the little things that we have, with our parents, and how those turn into big life altering moments for us at the end, and how they shape us to be the adults that who we are today. So yeah, it's with Candlewick Press, which is my first time working with them, and they're fantastic. Yeah. Um, uh, yeah, and I'm super excited about it. It's the first time I've also um, taken like a texture. Yeah, I'll flip the camera real quick. I've taken a texture like the marbling and used it throughout the whole book,
Yeah.
like in a way that's very different. But you can see how the marbling it just makes up all the water scenes in the book. I'll zoom
Yeah.
back up.
Automatically it has like flow and texture in ways that
Yeah.
is very organic.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
and it was the first. Yeah, I was really nervous about it in the beginning of relying so much on a technique that's quite literally like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years old. And it was it was a lot of fun, and I learned a lot about ways to do it. There's different ways to do paper marbling. Like there's even ways for kids to do it with shaving cream, where you mix it with shaving cream and you just kind of like swirl it around the paper. But this uses a certain type of paint and a certain chemical reaction on the water of the paper. So you use like a big tub and you mix it with two parts of I forget what it's called, but um, it's like almost like a cooking substance that allows like it's like a thickener so it thickens the water,
Cornstarch
and
or
it allows
something?
yeah, kind of like that, yeah, but it like
Yeah.
it thickens the water so the paint floats on top of the
Hmm.
water. So when you put the paper on top, uh, you get this very cool effect. And they used to use it all the time in old books, like for end papers.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
so
There,
it's
there's,
something that I really I fell in love with it, and then the look of it just kind of evolved over time.
I feel like
And it
there's
started.
some name to, is it like Turkish people? Like I feel like there's some country in Europe that is related to it in particular. Like it's from some country, that specific marbling technique. Shoot, I
Oh
don't know
yeah,
what it is.
different styles of marbling. Yeah, there's different techniques of marbling that vary from country to country. I know like there's Japanese marbling too that has a very different effect, and you use more of like a brush to dip the water in.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
This one I used more like a rake almost to swirl the paint around and make like very different effects.
Sort of striped
Yeah.
or something. Um,
Yeah.
my wife, my wife's watching and says that I'm still blurry, and it is a little blurry on my end. It's a question of should we restart. My wife, my wife, Lauren, I'm gonna give it. She's watching here in the background. I'm gonna give it another like 5 minutes, or not even, maybe a couple minutes, and if it doesn't correct itself, then we'll do a second part and see if we can correct that. It's just our internet. My fear is there is guys working out on the lines today, and I
Oh
hope they didn't
no.
screw up our internet of some sort. But um, I could also try going to a different, not using Wi-Fi, and maybe that might be a little better. Um, anyways, okay. So, what did you know right away that you were going to do the marbling stuff, or was that something that like you discovered in the process? Like, was that part of the initial sketch stage? So you're like, this is the method I'm going to use, or is that
So
just a like byproduct of you starting to work on the book itself?
so it was actually I had done paper marbling for one piece, and it was a surfer, um, as a personal art piece, and I posted it on the internet. And someone said, "Oh, you should make a book about with that."
Okay.
And I got like, and I was like, I didn't think anything of it, but I was like, "Oh, that's cool." Like someone told, and especially when I don't know, I think if an editor or an art director ever says you should make a book about that, like
Yeah.
you should
Do it.
probably make a book about
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
it. So I just went with it, and it was really uh, um, I sold it as just kind of taking that image, and I did these super rough like post-it note drawings, and that was it. I wrote the book in very quickly, and yeah, and then it went to auction a couple weeks later, and um,
Dang.
yeah, and
That's
it really evolved. But I would say having that personal art piece really helped carry. I really believe in personal art, and I think it's so different now, where you would have to really find someone to see your portfolio. Where now it's out there. Like I think posting things like and having personal art that you post regularly on Instagram or
yeah.
wherever, um, it's a total game changer for how we can get potential jobs.
Yeah.
And
Art instead of portfolio. Like, or art over portfolio, maybe. I'm trying to think of like the way to phrase that. And I agree with that in the sense of like if you rely solely on your portfolio as the or like some collected package of images, it doesn't give as much access and doesn't let people see you play and try things and whatnot that posting online. And I know that some people don't like social media and things of the sort, but um, that I'm glad to hear that it came from that sort of that process for you. So I have a side question related to the new book as well.
Mhm.
Do you know how to surf?
I learned how to surf because of this book.
Okay, okay, that was
So I did a bunch of surfing lessons. I went surfing on vacation, and I learned to love surfing, and it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of work. It's a really hard sport.
are
Um,
are you good at it?
oh no, I am terrible at it. And surfing in San Francisco is not easy. It's cold. It's wet. It's always foggy.
Yeah,
It's not like surfing in like Hawaii or something.
that's like when I hear about people in our area and they're like, "Oh, I'm gonna go get scuba certified or whatever." I'm like, "That sounds cool. I would love to get scuba certified at some point, but not in the Boston Harbor, not murky brown water. Like, give
Yeah.
me, I'll do it. I'll do it in the Bahamas. I'm not doing it here." Sort like does not appeal to me. Um, and the was that something that you did prior to making the art, or was that something that like, or in the sense of like before you started to sketch, or was that something that you had already planned the book and then you go, oh, I better make sure this is accurate,
It was
and
It's definitely more like something I've always wanted to try, but it was something that I had drawn. I had did the paper marbling as a texture, thinking like, oh, I'm gonna just add this to my library and think like nothing of it. Like I was just trying to make new textures for
yeah,
myself. Um, and then when I was like, oh, let me see if I can test this out real quick, which is how most of my personal art starts, is I'll try to test something out, and um, eventually I'll either post it um, or add it to my like online portfolio.
yeah,
But um, when I did that, I just saw, I don't know what caused me to see it. I just says like, oh, this looks like a wave. So I just made it into a wave, and I just drew, I left it very untouched, and I just drew a surfer on top of it. I can probably pull up the actual image
the
that started it.
the,
Um,
the impetus that
yeah, yeah.
that brought forth the genius that is. Yeah.
I wouldn't call it genius, but it was
Hey, just
definitely.
roll with it. Roll with it. Don't undercut what I'm saying here. You're it's the
So
hardest thing that man has ever done. Uh,
yeah,
that
so
that a
this
human
is
being has
it.
ever touched. Yeah.
So that was the image.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah. So it wasn't really even like a kidlit specific drawing. It's just like an older um
It really is, yeah, an experiment essentially with.
yeah, it was nothing, but there's very little that I did to this. The actual like image is mostly the marbled paper. So it was like something quick. and I posted it, and it did very well. And like I said, someone said like you should make a book about this, and that's not the first time that's happened. Cupid happens like that too. Um, and I had nothing for Cupid, and they were like, "Okay, we'll find someone," and it turned out to be Claire Tattersfield, who helped write the book, and it became a huge success.
Yeah.
Um, so yeah, I think that's like a fun. I think people should take more advantage of that.
I
That
I was gonna
yeah.
say the other thing is like you learned how to surf because of something like this. That the other option too is to start writing books about trips that you want to go on, special locations. Like, oh, I want to work on a book that's about Hawaii all of a sudden,
Yeah.
and yeah, oh bummer, I have to take a trip out there to do research. I can write it off on my taxes. The the I love the idea of like the pure experiment factor and the reaction to it and the fact that it sort of just sprung forth naturally in a way and you know that's the I would venture to say and I you know it's rare that it happens for me but it has happened where something like that just sort of instantaneously happens like the book writes itself so quickly and it doesn't take I mean obviously like there's edits and things that had to happen I'm sure after the fact
Hmm.
but
Yeah.
the initial sort of spark and interest came really quick and you didn't have to force it in some way of like okay I have to spend months and months and months writing this thing that it just sort of the premise was so strong that you can just go with it is
Yeah.
there with the challenge of experimenting with that material was there in any way uh, things looking back on it now like obviously it turned out great it's a book it's coming out on Tuesday but I'm sure that there are things that like looking back on it now you go oh man that was definitely like a tough thing to deal with because of the marbled paper or like I imagine and correct me if I'm wrong but marbled paper can go perfectly or depending on how it marbles
Yeah.
maybe not so well and did you end up having any sort of hurdles or roadblocks that you ran into that you had to sort of adjust on the fly
Uh, yeah. Well, I guess as someone who, I love having so much control over my style and like how I like all my textures and stuff. I have, I'm very selective about what I pick,
yeah
and this was very hard because I had to let go a lot of like, and basically follow the marbling, like for the directions of the water. There was really very little control over what the paint would look like, what the outcome would be, even the dilution of the water and the color of the paint. So there was, from a technical standpoint, yes, there was a lot of like color correction, um, and adjustments later
yeah
on, but also. Uh, I think that helped make the book feel much more like I used it in a way that I knew I could like I used that to an advantage because like water is very unpredictable too, so and waves crashing are very unpredictable, so using that um, as this whole placement of my water. It wound up saving me time in the end. It took a while, but it also meant that I didn't have to like figure out how to paint all these like crazy water scenes. So,
does it
uh,
but your sketches though like if you're reliant and if you're reliant on the organic nature let's put it that way of the I don't know why I'm doing air quotes but I'm doing air quotes the organic nature of the water and the um, marbling does that mean that you had to like the thought in my mind is that you just did tons and tons and tons of marbling so you could get so you had choices or was it
yeah.
so that you like you had to kind of base it on the sketch but not be perfectly attached to the sketch because you don't know what you're going to get every time
So what I did was I basically I can show you actually. Let me pull up my um
Yeah, it'd be cool to see a comparison, like finished versus
yeah,
initial thumbnail or initial rough, to see what kind of difference shows up in it.
yeah. Let me so
I mean, you don't have to go out of your way to do
no,
that,
no,
but
no, I
if
have it right here. I made sure I I had it all to go. I just want to make sure I pull up the right
that's the advantage of
file.
digital right there, is I'd have to go dig through flat files to find anything you asked me to show. You can just do
So
a
with
search.
the sketches I just made the shape and let me shrink this a little. Um, I made the shape that I wanted to to make the water scenes. So this is one where they're just like splashing each other
Yeah,
in the water. Um, and then for the marbling sheets, I um, I did I think 12 sheets altogether of marbling, but they were like big enough that I could use them, half of them. So I guess it was like 24 pages of
but
marble
total for the entirety of the
for
book.
the entirety of the
Okay,
book. Um, yeah, and basically they looked like this. They were big enough that I could rotate them, move them around. I was able to um, uh, kind of pick the direction
yeah,
that I wanted to it to go. So if the wave was going up, I knew I can rotate it. I would find one that was similar in movement and go in that direction. Where I can see, let me pull up.
that makes sense. Like I'm just about to start finals, or a I shouldn't say finals. I'm about to start a sample piece for a book that I'm working on that's collage. And one of the challenges that I have is for the longevity of the book. Now I'm working traditionally, but it's a matter of like how much of a texture do I have to make, and so I
Yeah,
don't have to make it again. And so I'm gonna probably have to have like, for every character that's in the book, like 10 to 12 different like sheets of paper of that texture and color combinations. And I might have to make stuff on the fly, but it's with the digital I can understand it, like rotate. Once I cut mine, it's done. I can't get it back. But that idea of like prepping and knowing sort of the direction, like even looking at the flow of how you wanted that water splashing, like I need to have some textures that move fast like that, and maybe some others that are a little bit more like a crescendo or what have you,
yeah.
on the page.
So like this, I I just took the shape of the water and placed it in and clipping mask. And then the hardest part was actually I ripped like paper. So I was trying to paint on top of it, but and it wasn't looking natural, but this is actually ripped paper. So it looks like,
It's got
um,
that raw
yeah,
edge.
yeah. And that's how I kind of solved that. But this is all either paper textures or textures that I made with like ink. Um, this is just crayon over here. Um, so, but all of it kind of, with the textures, I kind of collect a bunch of them and the I move around the textures to decide where it best fits, and so it doesn't look also repetitive, where it's like I use the same thing, so the directions help.
Yeah,
And I think I try to mimic like traditional collage, like where things wouldn't necessarily line up. But what it's great about it is that I can get a lot more depth because I can adjust things, or duplicate things or mix multiple textures, which is what I've been
yeah.
doing a lot of lately.
Layer and
Um,
stack and multiply and
yeah,
all the
and it
fun.
makes very interesting effects. Yeah.
Is there, with working on this, how much of it is, um like when you put the piece down, and I think this is good for anybody that's like um, interested in doing any sort of like digital collage or digital construction in general. Just the idea of prepping and organizing and trying things, and knowing that stuff can go awry. I'm wondering how much of this was like, did it take longer for you on a piece like this because you had that irregularity um, of the marbled paper, or was it, time length wise similar? Because I mean, you're basically doing digital collage in a lot of your work.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, was this addition something that made it harder in a way, or more time consuming?
I think it's more so like I'm working on a book right now called Big Rig Pig, and it's like all trucks and cars, and every car is a different texture, and where it's very time consuming because there's so many details that need to be touched, and I'm very big about like since it is digital, that everything is touched in a way that makes it unique and mine, and not really relying on the computer to do any of that work.
Yeah.
And I think that's like where people lose in digital a lot of times, is where you can tell that that shape was made by a computer, or
Yeah, the edge is too hard,
yeah.
or
And I
yeah.
think that's something that that I'm really adamant about. And but with Dawn Patrol, there was more work in the. So I would say most of my work for rendering comes in the back end, putting the textures in and stuff. Where the I would say in Dawn Patrol, it was much more in the front end. I made the textures, and rendering was very easy because I had all this like great. I knew exactly what was going where. Where most of it that I do, like on a book like Big Rig Pig, it's very experimental. It's just like plopping something in, seeing if it works, um, trying different
Yeah.
texture, see if
Cross
that
finger.
works. Yeah.
Yeah, constantly. It's interesting to I like the idea of like the front end versus the back end sort of argument of like, the more that you put in on the front end trying to figure all that stuff out, potentially the easier it is and faster it is for you on the back end, because you've already sort of, I mean, that happens in general in a lot of books, and a lot of, sketching and figuring out what you need to do is your brain power is put there. Let's put it that way. And then you get to the final production, and sometimes that can be sort of, fill in the blanks to something that's already been sort of established. It's like a Mad Lib.
Mm-hmm.
Like you get to add in those little adjectives and nouns and whatnot, but the story structure is already kind of planned out in a way. I'm proud of that metaphor. That's a good metaphor. So tell me a little bit. Now, obviously, the book has yet to come out, but have you seen any reactions? Like, have you gotten any? Are there stars rolling in?
Nothing yet. I think it hasn't been reviewed officially
Okay.
yet, or at least that I know. So, but nothing really other than I think the publisher did a great write up for me, and they really pushed the art, which is like something that I'm not used to. Is usually I'm led with more the humorous approach of things, and talked about more like, oh, the humor,
How do we make this
and
funnier? How do we?
yeah,
Oh,
and then this is the one that's really led with the art, and really talked about from an art standpoint. And I think that there's a few reasons for that. I think it's just because it's different looking, the marbling, and it's something that isn't seen too much today. But I think it's also just a different, like there's not that many surfing books out there. I think the subject matter is very different than most books. And I think it helped create a different visual that was, than the typical topics that you may see in a children's book illustration.
yeah. Do you? Now, you said this was your first time with Candlewick, right?
Yes.
then who's the art director that you worked with?
The art director I worked with is Mary Ellen Hanley, who was fantastic. She was really understood everything from the get-go and really kept me on even like things like that I never really thought about too much, like the sun location. And like she's like, well, if it's dawn, the sun would be here. I was like, oh, that's great point. Like really kept me on my feet, and really like I think she did a fantastic job of art directing, and even just like understanding, like she knew how important the marbling paper was to me. Um, and she really leaned into it with me and helped me like make the adjustments to it, and I think she wasn't afraid to get her hands dirty, which I loved,
I mean,
from an art director.
it's a standard fare for Candlewick. Candlewick, I always think of as being like they make really pretty books.
Mhm.
I mean, they make functional books too that are not necessarily about the beauty of the art all the time, but a majority of the work they do. I mean, that's the reason why a lot of people want to work for them or do work, get books published by them, is because they tend to look very, very pretty in the end. They tend to be something that looks nice on the shelf of some sort. Someone, let's see, Panda Erica says, what are the differences you noticed before New York Times bestselling book and after making the list? Good or bad? Ooh, that's a good question.
Oh, I don't know if there's many too much of a difference. So I am very lucky and fortunate. I got to be on the New York Times list twice. Once for I'm Not Scared, and then once for Cupid. And I would say, what's great about, I think when it happened with Cupid the second time, it was nice because now Claire and we were already like planning other books, but I think there was a more of a market demand for us to work together,
Yeah.
and I think that really helped me in planning my next couple of years of books. And I think anything that takes that pressure off of, like, I think something that I always worry about is what's my next book.
Yep.
And
Yep.
and I think that's natural for we are freelancers, and I think that's something that is just going to be any part of this career, is you're always going to be wondering what's next. And I think having that relationship with Claire and being able to just brainstorm with her, and it gave me another aspect of having new work and having someone to work with that's different than me writing my own books, where I felt the pressure was solely on me for a while to come up with my next project or wait till someone hired me. Where I think that relationship and the New York Times thing really helped cement me as a illustrator for a duo, which is really nice.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I assume that there's, and correct me if I'm wrong in the statement, but one of the things I was thinking about with that comment is that obviously having something that's a New York Times bestseller opens some doors. People know your name, they see it on the list. It's something that you can throw in your bio, etc. That doesn't mean that you still don't have to do the work and you still don't have to step through the, doors open. That doesn't mean that you walk through it, or that it's
I
going to
think
stay
it's
open, or
I think it's still, I mean, just like any other author or illustrator, like I'm still trying to submit my best work, and people are still looking for great books. So like it's not going to make it easier to get, like if I wrote a mediocre book and submitted it, like it's not going to make it easier because
yeah,
that,
yeah,
and I think it's still, and that's why I love children books, is that it's still considered an art, and it's really about making great art pieces, and that's the quality needs to be there constantly. So like when you do sell a book, it's like, oh man, that's amazing. Like I feel really good when I sell a book because it means that it stands up to what's out there and what else they have on their list, and it's a real honor to be in that space. So I think um, it doesn't. I think that's a very common misconception, is that it it's easier. It's definitely not. I would say it's not easier. I would say it's also held maybe even more so to a different standard because people are now
Yeah,
expecting
I was gonna say,
things.
yeah, I think it's harder just because of that
Yeah.
expectation level of you got to do it again,
Yeah.
prove it.
So
You're not
now
a
every
fluke.
book is kind of like, is that going to hit?
Yeah,
So yeah, and I think that's kind of it's a double-edged sword, as with anything. I'm uh, I'm very happy to be part of that list, but I don't think it necessarily changed too much. It definitely didn't change the way I work. It maybe changed like sometimes like in the negotiation process. um we can like say, well, like sometimes like on a contract you can say, if this hits the New York Times, I get X amount of money.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, but even so, it's still, if it hits the New York Times list, the publisher is more than willing usually more than willing to do that. So yeah, so I think that's with anybody it would work.
That makes sense. I've had a couple of books that have that sort of caveat of like you'll make an extra chunk of change if it reaches a certain threshold or if it sells this much in a certain amount of time,
Hmm.
things of that sort. And
Yeah.
I don't know if any
Yeah.
of them did, but it's nice to know that there's like that. Hey, we'll give you some extra credit and we'll treat you a little nicer should this come to bear. Um, with with some of the pressure that's sort of put on in that way, how do you navigate, I mean, just in general, how do you navigate the stresses of all of that? And then I mean you have your son now, which I'm sure adds a whole nother like level of stress that's completely independent, but also affects what's going on. And then you mentioned the freelance side of things. I mean, there's so many factors that come into this as a freelance illustrator, and someone who's in this industry, that I'm wondering sort of how do you navigate all those waters without necessarily getting bogged down and caught up in such like what do I want to say, like moments of despair or moments of like, is this going to work? Or
Yeah, I think I've definitely been there. I think every artist has been in those moments of despair, and I think it's important to talk about those moments too. But I think it's it's also, I think now what's different is that I would associate it more with, I have to work more to make that difference, or I have to like burn myself out to make it different, to make the difference up. And I actually think probably more so since I've had a son, I think it's the opposite, where I think it's better. I perform so much better when I'm working now because I'm able to walk away from it and be a totally different person. Like
yeah,
I'm a parent as
yeah,
soon as I clock out. And I think before I never clocked out. And
gotcha.
and I think now it's more so than ever I actually clock out, and like I have hobbies and things that I thought I would never have. And I think it's just, the time with my son is super special, and I think it's something that now it's definitely made me a better artist and author. I think just by having a way to deal with it was in the most natural way possible. It's just being naturally distracted, I guess, from it.
Since you mentioned you had hobbies that you never thought you'd have, what are those hobbies?
Oh yeah, like
the
I
way that was
bike.
phrased made
Yeah,
it sound
I
like
like to
something
go
really
on a bike.
suspicious or like something secretive.
Oh
So I want
no,
to.
I like I have a bike I've been into like over the last year.
Okay,
I like a road bike that I like to take out and ride around in San Francisco. I play guitar. Like I really I played guitar since I was like 17 on and off, and I've recently gotten really into it again. And it's been something that I've always carried with me, but never like, I don't know, it's just something I did. So now I
Okay.
started taking guitar lessons again and stuff like that, that really helped me. Just, it's, I became more okay with taking time away. And I think that's something that's super valuable as you progress. Although otherwise you just burn out, and no one wants to burn out. And
I think
I yeah.
I think my mind, it says something about me that when you said I have hobbies that I can tackle, my mind went to like weird hobbies that probably shouldn't be mentioned. That like it got real dark all of a sudden in my head, and I'm glad that you clarified that it's just guitar likes. Could have been so many other things. Um, tell me a little bit about sort of the the year, and obviously like we're in a tumultuous time.
Hmm.
Let's put it that way. And I mean, this last weekend I was at a book event. We have in Acton, Mass. There's a lovely bookstore that we love called the Silver Unicorn, and they had a kids graphic novel festival they do every year, and it's this big festival now. It grew, and the night before it started, I was talking to the owner of the store and asking him a little bit about sort of like the tariffs and how he thinks the industry is going to go and like what's hitting his shop, etc. And I'm wondering sort of, and not to get too dark or anything of the sort, but I'm wondering like, it's been a strange year, and I think a strange couple of years for Kidlit,
Hmm.
just in the sense of like, it maybe was a lot more going on, pre-pandemic, or there was a big revival, and now it's sort of slowed down a bit. And I'm wondering sort of your thoughts on some of that. Is there, have you seen that? Has it been relatively consistent for you? What's the take?
I think so. I don't know if it's quite. I think everyone's still well. So with tariffs and stuff, it's interesting because it doesn't affect children's books.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think it's interesting. It's going to affect consumer like purchasing. I think more like how much dollars people will spend. And I think so. I don't think it's changed the necessarily the projects quite yet. I do think from like uh an editor standpoint, like I think just because of the way things are right now, I think people will be making like safer bets, I
Yeah.
guess, or what they would deem safer bets on what comes out and what what's on their
I feel
list.
like
Um,
that already happened like after the pandemic. I feel like there was a shift to safe bets
yeah,
more so.
yeah, and I think it's unfortunately I think with the current like administration and everything, I think that's only going to get a little tighter. Like
Yep.
if people are, yeah. But I think also, I think children's books is great when you see responses from like Penguin Random House and stuff that like they're willing to fight kind of like defunding the libraries, and they're really putting themselves out there as a company. So I do think from that standpoint, children's books has always been pretty, books in general, I think, obviously there's different subgenres of books, but I think it's always been fairly progressive in the way they fight. I mean, it's interesting. It's such an old medium, but I think in the way that they approach these things, it's a little bit more progressive. In they're not as afraid to speak
Yeah.
their mind and
Yeah.
have it affect their list. Where I think other industries are very scared to say anything.
What's
um,
and talking to that owner, one of the things that came up, and I didn't even factor it in, but that until that moment was that kids books, or just books in general, have the price printed on the back, where
yeah,
a lot of other products don't. They have a UPC, but the UPC on a book specifically says the price. of that book. And then if they're printing those overseas, and there's so many factors, and he had the same thing. It was the books are probably not going to get hit, but the toys are going to get hit, and
Yeah.
like the tangential side of it may change dramatically. But
Yeah, so I think it's interesting. I don't know if it's affected my a lot of the books that are coming out or coming out in the next 2, even 3 years from now. I think for most people are already been contracted, so
yep,
they're kind of locked into. It's going to be interesting. I think the after effects of wherever this shakes out. I think what happens. I think that'll be more interesting. Where these later years, even after the Trump administration and stuff changes, and I think it'll be interesting to see what the impact is that way, because it's we do work so far in advance.
I mean, yeah, 2 years in advance. It's. I mean, the same thing happened in the pandemic, where like publishers held off on buying things, and they realized, oh no, we got to buy stuff because it's going to take years before they come out, and hopefully we would have passed the pandemic by that point. And,
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Like
yeah.
so many other factors. It's interesting just to like as a line of query to just sort of think about, at least for me, not to get I mean I care about the politics side of it for sure. I am one of those people that gets way too heavily invested in news articles about this stuff, but just the impact and the snowball effect that can happen, especially for those who are trying to enter the industry, or like like the equivalent of one of my books is out on sub, and it's like, well, is it going to get a response at all, or is it because it's a is the subject matter something that people want to touch right now?
Hmm.
It's not even a bad subject matter, but it's just like, does it need to be in that sort of like known factor of what works, that sort of the pre-described notion of what sells? And if not, how do we how do we get around that? Or how do you change what you're working on, and should you change? Or is it like, are we jumping the gun? There's so many different factors that come into play on something like that. With you being out in San Fran, that's how everybody says it out there, right? San Fran.
Yeah.
Wait, what is it? Everybody says no. People there don't say Frisco, do they?
No, no.
Okay.
I mostly I only hear it said it's the whole San Francisco or the city here. It's like
Okay.
it's the city. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Never. You don't want to. You want to lump onto that Frisco. And wait, also, is rice-a-roni really the San Francisco treat? Are you
I
all like
don't think so.
snacking on rice-a-roni?
There's a lot of better treats out here than rice-a-roni.
We have Boston baked beans here. There's a lot of people who don't understand the connection there, but there's a whole story. Do you know what the connection to Boston
No.
baked beans is? There was a great
Nah.
molasses flood. Yes. Back in the early 1900s, I think, wherein they used to have these big barrels of molasses in Boston Harbor that was primarily used for like baked beans and things of the sort. And one of them broke and flooded the town, and I forget how many people died.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's weird. And then there's rumors, though, that there's certain parts of town that when it heats up really hot, that you can still smell the molasses because it's soaked into the streets. I've never smelled it, but that is the going theory that's out there. But yeah, it's a weird. If you ever look up the Boston molasses,
I'm gonna definitely look it up. Yeah, what a way to go too.
What do you say?
What a way
I
to
know.
go, like death by molasses.
Of all things. And I don't know if it meant that like they got completely like hit by a wave of molasses, or if they just got like stuck in it.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means 100%, but it's a cool like well, that sounds bad. I was gonna say it's a cool visual in my head of like molasses as the sort of waving over a city of some sort. I'd rather have that than sharks that take over the city like it floods and then sharks are there. I'd rather have molasses be the way. Um, with with all the books that you're working on, do you have like are you in a? You mentioned at one point like so you can plan out your years now that you have a better sense of uh, or the working with someone else. Do you have books lined up for quite some time?
Um, I have some books. I think right now I have books out until 2027. I have books out, which doesn't mean that I'm not like it doesn't mean that I'm still not like looking for books in those years. It's just it's not it's I do and that's kind of what I'm really working around now. Is like my 2027 is pretty much set, which is great. And uh, that's why I think it's interesting to what you brought about the kind of the future of books. I think it's it's constantly changing, but we the buyers buy so far in advance, and the lists are made so far in advance that I think it doesn't change anything in the sense people are just looking for great books and
Yeah.
great art. Yeah, I don't think it's going to change anything the way I think if anything new imprints are going to start happening and things are going to adjust uh, that way. I think it's going to really change more so towards the end of I would say maybe towards the end in the next, I would say 2 years, I would say we'll see something happen bigger. And if prices go up on books, I don't think that's necessarily the worst thing.
Yeah.
I think I think if anything, we're going to see a lot of problems in unfortunately like publishing houses and in pay, and I think people are underpaid dramatically as publishers and editors and art directors, and I think we'll see some movement on that, hopefully.
I mean, in reality, and I don't. This is gonna sound weird, but I don't think the people who buy books, who care about books, I think are going to be willing to put in an extra dollar or two here to buy books and not just say no. They might buy a little less here or there, but like in reality, I think that the market itself and the type of person that buys books is the type of person who would say, this is going to make sure that the book companies and the authors and the editors and the artists and everybody involved get paid.
Yeah, and I think more so, I'm more concerned about the damage that's going to happen to the library system
Yes.
currently. Yeah, and I think that um, is something that could be irreparable damage or at least long-term damage that's going to be really hard to fix. So I think that to me is what's the scariest. I think to me, even like the AI stuff, it doesn't really worry me so much as long as it's like outlined. Most companies like Penguin and Candlewick have taken like a really strong stance against AI and kind of using that art to farm
Yeah.
AI. Now you can see it now on most copyright pages,
Yep.
where yeah. So like I don't think that it doesn't scare me as much as what defunding the library system could do for books, but also readers, and just it being a useful resource to our neighborhoods. So
I mean, I've had the same argument on the AI thing in the sense of like what publisher wants to buy on to something that they don't have the rights to, or that they, copyright is unsure. So there's all sorts of factors there alone. But then um, the idea that like I feel like publishers and the book industry is generally smart enough to be ahead of the game on so many other factors, um, and they have the money. They can raise the money for books. They can publish books, and they have the opportunity to sort of make money off of them. Whereas a library is all publicly funded and
mhm.
is as you said, much more at risk. Now, you mentioned earlier that you have a good public library, or that you go to the public library often.
Yes,
Um,
I think San Francisco in general has an amazing library system. It's really San Francisco itself is pretty, I think people think of it as this giant city. It's rather small for a city. It's like 7 miles. Is like really what San Francisco like proper is. And
Yeah.
but there's a ton of libraries, all very, not all like in great distance from each other. And they really put a lot of effort um, into the library system, and there's a lot of great supporters of the library here, like uh, Lisa Brown and the Handlers, who's like Lemony Snicket's is a great supporter of the library here. So yeah,
Now, do you know your librarians' names?
I don't know my librarians' names because every time I go in, I go on a different day. I need to start going on the same day, but I don't go often enough because on the same day that like I would see the same person.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Gotcha. There's like our pharmacist. I know our pharmacists, which is probably a bad sign because it ads all the time. But the librarians, like I feel knowing the librarians is cooler. And when they know me, like there's a couple of them where when I walk in, one of them is a former student of mine, which is really interesting. But
Whoa, cool.
I don't know how they ended up up here, but they did. But that idea of when you walk in and they just know who you are, and they don't even have to look up your card or anything of the sort. That feels cool. When the pharmacist has to do that, not as cool. And they go, "Oh, is it you're having belly problems right now again?" They know too much. That foot fungus is back, whatever it may be. With all the work that you're working on, do you get opportunities to get out to bookstores? And I mean, obviously, the library is close by, and you have to go, but I'm assuming that there's a lot of wanting to go because of your son now. Like, there's a different vibe to it. You know, it's not just a research vessel; it is a learning experience. It's a what have you. Do you get a chance to get out to bookstores in the same way?
Yeah, I think we go to bookstores. There's a lot of great bookstores near us too, within like walking distance for us, which is great. I've always been kind of nervous to do the books, like, hey, I'm an author, illustrator kind of thing. So I kind of go in there incognito, but I think there's a lot of great, we have Books Inc. We have a lot of independent bookstores here too. There's very few, like Barnes and Nobles or
Yeah,
anything
shame.
in San Francisco. Yeah.
The when you say go into bookstores and be like, meaning like walk in and go like treat me like royalty because I'm an author?
Oh
Or...
no, I mean like even with like this new book, I always get nervous about like saying, oh, I have a new book coming out and this is it. Do you mind stocking some copies? Or
Yeah.
I'm always nervous about that. I'm not good with that at all.
No, I get it. I'm the same way. Like, I feel awkward going in the library where they have little money and going like, hey, can you stock my book?
Yeah.
Just partly because I know they don't have a ton of money, but bookstores, I wouldn't go into every bookstore, but I went into Peter Brown's bookstore in the Boston area here a couple weekends ago. Like,
I didn't know he had a bookstore. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's I will be frank with this one. Half of the bookstore has books. The other half of the store is Peter Reynolds stuff.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's sort of like gallery Peter Reynolds experience
That's cool. Yeah.
with a bookstore attached to it. But it's a lovely space and all these odds and ends. But one of the things that was weird there, and this rarely ever happens to me, but they actually had one of my books in the store, and a book that I've never seen in a store. So I had to. My wife said, like, "Oh, you got to go see if you can sign that." And so I did. I actually said, like, "Hey, you guys have one of my books. Do you mind if I sign it?" That'd be nice, but it still feels very awkward doing that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm cool. Pay attention, because I'm not cool, and they shouldn't pay attention to me. but that's always been sort of a little iffy. Or like, I remember when my first book came out, I was at Barnes and Noble and they had the book, and trying to go and like, because of course at that point I'm like, yeah, I really want to sign this book and it's cool because it's mine, but I also wanted to be very careful that I wasn't trying to showboat. Let's put it
Yeah.
that way, of any sort. When do you have a bookstore that you frequent all the time, like that's your bookstore?
Yeah, we do. There's a Books Inc. for us on Chestnut Street that we go to a lot. And that's probably our go-to bookstore
Is book
here in San
That's
Francisco.
an independent bookstore, or is that
Yeah, it's the largest independent bookstore in California. They have like a bunch of uh, throughout California, mostly in Northern California,
okay?
but they have a bunch of independent bookstores. Um,
It's one of those, I don't know it in particular, but
yeah.
the that idea. Um, and do they know you there at least? Or
No. I don't like being, I don't know. Like you said, it's so, I don't like that, like, look at me kind of
yeah,
thing. Uh, yeah. So, but I like to go in there and we go in there with my son and my wife and we pick out books and we always try to support them. Um, yeah.
the bookstore that's near us. It's not like I go in there and expect that, but I've done events there, and they know they're so like it's a small store, but they are so
Hmm.
good with author events um, and getting people involved in the sort of the world of readings and things of the sort. That like when I walk in, like we went in for this event recently, and I think they gave me my third or fourth tote bag. I didn't even
Aw.
need another tote bag, but they were like, take one, and gave us a sweatshirt and gave us. I say us because I gave it to my wife immediately. Um, but that idea of they're just so giving as a store, and it's kind of it is weird that I'm just like I'm some little dude or big dude, and they
That's so nice
treat,
though.
yeah, they treat you like royalty whether it's something that you ask for or not, and it's so nice in this day and age to have someone to be so giving, especially
Hmm.
they're in it to make money too. Um, but anyways, I can gloat and not gloat. I can talk about that bookstore for a long time because they have been so wonderful in general to the area. Um, with Candlewick, have you when you work with them, you have not come out to visit Candlewick, right?
No, I have not been there in Massachusetts. My actual editor works remotely too, but I have not been out to visit them. But it's supposed to be a really cool spot.
It is.
Yeah.
It's in Davis Square.
Hmm.
Uh, it's it's sort of we're near Tufts University, uh,
Hmm.
near Cambridge and whatnot. But it's a very cool looking space. I've never been in there. I used to live right by it, and so that's why I was wondering if you've ever been out this way
Hmm.
for that. If you ever come out and you go there, holler because it'd be fun to meet up in person.
Yeah, of course.
Let me. Oh, my feed just died. Let me see if I can get it back up. Okay, there we go. Oh, it's blurry again. It jumped to blurry. Wait. So say the name of your bookstore, Mark. I don't know. My wife's saying something in the background. I don't know what she's talking about. Um, I don't know what that is. Okay. Anyways, uh, so talk to me a little bit about the uh, uh, the drawing of people, because you mentioned that that's not your normal world. Was that a hard transition? Was that something that you knew, um, like, was that something
Um,
that you knew you needed to do at some point? Or like,
I don't know if I knew I had to do it. Even when I was doing toy design stuff, it was something that I was always known for. It was just drawing animals and like, but in like very like an animated style. And um, I think it's something that I think I lean on it a lot. Um, and it's something that comes very naturally to me to do. Um, so I think it's definitely was hard to um like I feel like with this character design and stuff, I settle really quickly. Like I can be like, oh, that's it. Oh, with an animal. With the humans, it was like hard for me to get it right each time, and it was like much harder for me to stay on model throughout the book. Like I had to really put myself like in that mindset. Where with an animal, it was just easier, and with a more animated character in general, it's you can squash and stretch them more, you can push the emotions a lot like crazier, so there's less um I was less concerned. I would not that I'm less concerned, but I'd be able to have more extremes with an animal character, but with the human characters, it was more like I wanted to. It was also just a very different book. It was like more sweet and emotional, so it was just very tough for me to make sure I hit that mark
Yeah,
each time.
you couldn't go cartoony for the laugh.
Yeah.
I mean, I've had that problem of I draw animals. I find easier because if you make a mistake on an animal, people just chalk it up to style. If you make a mistake on a person, they go, "Wow, that person doesn't know how to draw people." Uh,
Yeah. Yeah.
so that idea of uh, staying on model, or like there's a limit to how much you can squash and stretch a person before it becomes farcical.
Yeah.
Uh,
It becomes like very unnatural looking, and I think that yeah is a really fine line, which I didn't realize I did so much until this book. It was like, oh, this is like I really kind of, which is I think it's great when you're doing an animal picture book to force to like push things to extremes and have fun with it. But I didn't realize how much I relied on that as part of like my style too. Um, so yeah.
I find it, and I even tonight, like I'm doing this is gonna have beavers in it, but I tend to rely on certain animals too.
Hmm.
Like I gravitate to certain animals just because I don't know if it's the shape or if it's the um like just it's a fun animal to draw. But
Hmm.
like bunnies, I go to all the time without issue, um, and I have to like force myself into realms of um, other animals, and it's like a beaver's not that far from it's a forest mammal, but especially like I don't know if you have the same thing, but like drawing a lizard, that is
Yeah.
something I
Yeah.
gravitate towards, or drawing fish is not the thing that I always want to do, and so like there's this hesitancy to jump into those on a regular basis,
Hmm.
and so I mean, even like you're drawing ducks. I have a drawing here somewhere. I don't know where I put it. Of see if I find it real quick. Of a duck that I drew at school the other week. Oh, you know what? Here it is. I think this is it. And in drawing it, is that it? Somewhere here. No, those are ostriches. Oh, here we go. I don't know if you can see this.
Yeah,
Um,
it's cool.
and
Yeah.
so, like, if I draw a duck, I have to draw it a certain style because I don't want to draw a real bill on a duck.
Hmm.
It doesn't suit me in a way.
Yeah.
No problem with a real bill on a duck. I have no problem with like Daffy Duck or the like style of those, but like if it's going to be mine, it has to be a very distinct style
Hmm.
for it to make sense. And um, it's one of those things where like I have to force my hand on that though. Are there animals in particular, or outside of like, I mean, if people are not always the thing you gravitate towards in general for drawing, are there other things that you look at and you go, oh, I dread having to draw this
Um,
in some
that's
shape or
interesting.
form?
Cats. I always struggle. That's the one animal that or like cats. I would say I really struggle with. I don't know why. I'm a big dog person, and I think that's part of it.
Okay.
I could draw a dog with like my eyes closed and like one hand tied behind my back. But cat, I struggle with so much.
So is it purely just a not having the reference for, or
Yeah,
is it?
I think it's more that I'm not as familiar with. I love drawing. Like I can draw I draw mice a lot.
Okay.
Like that's something I think it's interesting. Dogs I draw a lot, but something about cats that I struggle with.
Yeah.
Um, yeah.
I see there's a comment here, and I want to make sure we get to this. My wife just yelled out down at me to make sure I saw it. NAO_MA26. I don't 2016, I know where that comes from because the thing says I'm 9 years old. 9 years old. What are you drawing? So give for those who are tuning in as of or not from the beginning and are seeing that you're drawing something. Can you give us a little a quick debrief on what is in front of you?
Yeah, I'm drawing some. We went with this Mother's Day thing, so I thought I'd draw a mama duck and a baby duck, but can show you and zoom out a little bit.
This is you did the sketch in front of us too. That was not a like you don't have this pre-planned of any sort.
No, none of this is planned.
You say that in a way that implies you're you know that there's challenges involved.
Yeah.
I'm and then I am doing here's my little sketch off to the side for now Ma 2016, that's how I'm gonna say it, of beavers giving their mother a log for breakfast on Mother's Day. Because Mother's Day is coming up this Sunday. And so you need to have gifts ready to go. That's I have gifts I need to wrap already. My wife's watching and she doesn't know what they are, I hope. But I gotta figure all that out. Do you with one of the things that like tonight Mother's Day things sort of topical totally makes sense to work on, but I'm wondering when you're working on your own images or when we talked about early on about you saying that like having the chance to play and do work for yourself is so important. I'm wondering what kind of time frame do you give to the freedom of making, but also do you give yourself challenges that are beyond like textural? Like what are some of the challenges that you give yourself? Like mine oftentimes are like a style thing or a certain cut or a texture that I want to get, but I'm wondering, are there other things that you throw into the mix as far as like what you're trying to achieve?
Mostly, I think it's more like I love taking a texture and being like, what's something I can make only out of this texture? That's kind of where like the paper marbling thing happened, and it became like a surfer, which I would have never did if I didn't do the paper marbling. I think a lot like that. I think a lot with like how to like I remember going and sometimes like there was a moment where I thought like I should go into nonfiction books, but I took a lot of time like thinking about how I can make nonfiction books special in my style. And I think it always comes back to how to pull the best parts of my style and my art into different things that would make it seem more special that I did it. Like what's the reason for me being in there? That's kind of what I try to think about. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
so I do give myself a lot of time though to make. I'm pretty proud of that. I do emphasize that as part of what I do. And I think that helps because I think I only do that because I've given myself so much. I've gotten a lot out of it too. Like with Two Pig and Dawn Patrol, like I've had some serious wins from it too. So I think it's only allowed me to really push that even more.
So one of the things I do with my students at the end of the year is we have this big day where they essentially I give them a final assignment. They have to make their final image. Like I'm teaching seniors, just I should preface it with that. And their assignment is to make the best piece, which is a scary assignment in general to give them.
Yeah.
But they all dread it when I say that. But at the end, we have this lovely day of critique. That's not so much a critique; it's something else. But one of the things I asked them to do at the end of it, and this is where I want to uh, throw this out here, and I don't know, maybe I asked this for you before, but can you brag for a minute about you? And I know it's hard for a lot of artists to do this just in general. Like we tend to be this like, well, everything I do is not is a struggle, and I see all the imperfections and things of the sort. But I asked them to brag and say, like, what are you really good at? What are you known for? And what made me think of this is you said the idea of like when you're trying things, you're thinking like, how do I make it something that is necessary, it's by me, or that it's part of my world. And I'm wondering, do you have, like, if given the opportunity, what would you say you're really good at?
Oh, interesting. I'll tell you what, I'll do that. I'll brag about myself, and then I'm gonna leave because
Okay.
yeah. So I'll brag and then leave. So I think there's certain things that I don't think I would say I don't think I'm actually like a super like I think there's so many super talented artists out there that I think there's like that I think that I'm not even in that world of being like a super great artist, but I do think what I do very well, what I'm very good at is finding that balance of being like artsy but also commercial and finding a balance that find things that resonate with people and really real I think I really got lucky finding that at a very young age in my career with toy design and really understanding like that like art's great and but having a career you have to really um, know what works and what doesn't and I think I've always really been good at that like and I've also been really I would say and betting on myself with that like I took a gamble with like Dawn Patrol or took a gamble with Q-Pig and you know it always worked out but I think it's part of it is being knowing when to take the gamble and then other part of it is knowing how to resonate with an audience and what makes that special and I think that's something I've really worked on perfecting over the years.
That's good. I like the reaction of the students oftentimes is, you know, um, they tend to get into that like the finite, like I'm really good at backgrounds or I'm really good at this, but the way that you phrase that and the thing that you're talking about, like the resonation is something that not everybody understands or is good at. And that's a nice way to sort of cap off the sentiment for us. Okay, I know you got to go. You got loved ones who are depending on you and need you to be actively engaged. So I will say thank you so much for joining tonight. I'm glad that we got to catch up again. Thanks for being. Oh, I should do that. I should go back to the flip back to my face. Thanks for being the first repeat offender.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me, Mark. Yeah.
And then everybody again, name the book is
Dawn Patrol.
And it comes out on Tuesday,
May 13th.
May 13th. Is that really 5 days away? Did I get that right?
Yeah, I think so. Isn't that scary? It's already May.
It's no class. School's already done I'm done teaching now, so it's good.
Oh,
it's good. It's good.
Cool. Congratulations.
Yeah, I like it. Anyway, thank you again for joining us. Go take care of your son and give him snuggles for us, and we will be in touch.
Awesome. Thanks so much, Mark.
Thank
Have
you.
a great night.
All right, you too.
Bye.
Bye. So, folks, I see there's a couple questions here. I see questions here that one of them was for Rob, and sorry I missed it because it's on my phone and it's hard for me to get to those while I'm going. Oh no, it's the same question that we had before. Okay, so another one, Julia Pasque, something like that. asks, as someone who's just starting to build my portfolio, can I include illustrations from a book I hope to publish someday when submitting my portfolio to an agency? Also, am I allowed to share some of these illustrations on my social media? That is a very good question. I will answer that after I switch my camera back down to the downshoot. So yes, that I don't know if Julia's still watching. I hope so. But it's a good question because it's one of those ones where knowing what there's an ask us anything. I'll change it to ask me anything. So the idea of sorry, I'm gonna put this ask me anything in here while we do this. The idea of putting that kind of stuff in your portfolio. So again, the question being, can you put stuff in a portfolio that is in a book that you are working on? And the answer is totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that of any sort. What becomes a challenge, or the thing that I would throw in as a question that gets maybe this is where that question sort of stems from, is that idea of when you are working on something like that, there's always this question of like, what are you willing to give to your audience? What are you worried about with people looking at the work and saying, ooh, I like that idea, I'm going to do something with that. That is a known factor and something that maybe you need to be a little wary of. But for the most part, I think it's totally fine to do. I don't think there's really a challenge in putting that work out there. What I might suggest is if it does get picked up at some point, that you very quickly sort of pivot and take that work down, just for the sake of sort of controlling what images are out there, especially if you're someone who is worried about it getting out to a larger public. But for the most part, it's going to change, to be honest. Almost all the work that I do for picture books or anything of the sort, my initial sketch is not something that ends up in the final. Let's put it that way. It oftentimes changes in ways for the better. Admittedly, it's not like it's just changing for the sake of changing, but editing process, the people that you work with, the art directors, etc., their goal is to make that work better and to make it exciting and to make it lovely. And if they just chose exactly what you had done and they don't have any input, they're not going to sign on to it in general. They want to make sure that it's going to go to market, that it's going to be something that's beautiful. And so don't be surprised if what you think is sort of finished art or something that's relatively close to being done all of a sudden changes and they go, hey, you need to redo this whole entire spread, or the text changes, or it's a process, and there's a lot of factors involved. You are the majority of it, but there are also people at play that work in that publisher or publishing house, or people that work in marketing or whatever. That stuff's going to move. And so I don't think there's harm in showing that of any sort. Just know that at some point, if it changes, it's changing for the better. Let's put it that way. So it's going to take me a while tonight to get this done. This is a doozy here, the one I'm working on. There's just a lot to it. And so just getting the background and some of this initial setup is going to take a while. It's only 9:30, so we have plenty of time. But again, for those that are tuning in, this is the gist of it. It's a beaver mother with curlers in her hair, 3 little beaver kids who have brought her a log for breakfast in bed because of Mother's Day, and then there's smoke coming. Originally, I was thinking I was going to have maybe like a father sort of like running to get to the fire of some sort, but I don't know if I'll do that. I may be just too congested in that space. With a little window and 5 a.m. on a alarm clock, because for anybody that knows little kids, they tend to get up at stupid hours and are awake when you'd rather be sleeping in. And so I'm going to add that into the mix. But right now it's getting the bed sort of prepped and all the background done. So when it comes time to putting in all the fun details on top, that this is all sort of set in stone or in wood. as the joke would have. So right now I'm just trying to get some tone in here the way that I like it. Yes, the chewed tips on the bedpost. There's going to be wood. That's probably, I probably should make this chewed too. That's the window frame. The door will probably be planks of some sort. They're a little chewed on the top. This might have a few little cuts in it to make it look a little bit more chewed. This could probably use a few little chewed up moments too. Just everything that's wood essentially has the potential to be chewed up. Let's put it that way. So if there's other questions, please ask questions. That's why I'm here tonight. Again, for those that tune in late, we had Rob Sayegh Jr. on, who most people know from this one, I'm Not Scared, You're Scared, but has a new book coming out called Dawn Patrol on Tuesday. And so Rob was our first ever second timer, or as I'm going to call them, repeat offenders, which I think is funnier to say. He came on and was willing to come back, which is crazy. So I'm going to cut out a couple of little cuts here and see if I can get some irregularity to these planks here. Hopefully it's not stuck down too hard. This is the challenge with collage of sometimes when you make a decision after the fact, it can be a little hard to make those changes. There we go, little cuts like that. Okay, so what kind of questions do we have from folks? How can I help? I'm going to try to keep the majority of this sort of light and general, this background here. What I want to do is get a little bit of variety of texture there. Okay, so how can I help, folks? How can I make your life easier? I'm going to, let's see. Let's see if I can lighten this up just a touch. I feel like it's too jarringly blue for me right now, so I want to knock it back a stage. The challenge in doing this is when I wet the paper, it does have the tendency to warp a little bit, and so I have to be mindful of how much water I put on it. I'm just trying to tone it down. So Panderica. Give me 1 second, I'll answer that. Let me just get this pigment in here where I need it. I know it's a question about color. I saw the word color. And I love color, so we'll get color involved. So the question is, let's see, how do you come up with your color palettes before you sit down to do these gab doodles? Do you pre-plan color studies? I do not do any sort of color studies. I was gonna make a joke and say color studies are for the weak, but that's not true. It's just I am someone who likes the unknown variable, and so oftentimes I look at getting a range of colors that will allow some flexibility, but without necessarily knowing exactly where I'm going with those colors. So like the equivalent of tonight with what I'm working on here, I know I want a earthy tone, but I don't want it to be pure earthy. So like the equivalent of I don't want to just do browns and browns and browns and browns. So when I pick those colors, I can even show the colors that I chose for this. So essentially, these are the colors I have. I have a cream yellow, a pale mint, an ash yellow, a olive, a raw sienna, an ash rose, a coral red, and a primary magenta. Now the primary magenta I barely even touched. I don't know if I want to use this all that much, but it's in the mix. And so here's the thought process behind this. Oh, and there's one other color. There's another color. Did I throw it back in the box? Yes, I did. Peacock blue. And so the idea is I need some yellows and blues and reds. So I sort of have, a couple on the red side, a couple on the blue side, some yellowy colors in the middle. I leaned a little bit on sort of an earthier tone palette in the middle. So I have my ash rose, raw sienna, olive, ash yellow. I didn't want to go pure brown because brown, one, I'm afraid that it will sort of overpower the piece and make it just brown across the board. But also, I look at it and I go, okay, if I put these beavers into this piece, one of the things I don't want to do is I don't want to just go take something like a raw umber or something like that and throw it in there just because beavers are that color. In fact, more than likely what I'm going to lean on for those beavers for color-wise is probably something in one of these ranges, sort of grays or something of the sort. And the reason being is I want to challenge the palette a little bit. And so I'm of the mindset that as long as I'm sort of consistent in the ways I'm challenging it, so like having some pinks and stuff show up in some of these bedposts and having like even this fluorescent sort of pop up here and there is not awful as long as other things in this palette are off in some way. And so if I'm willing to go with grays for a beaver, then it allows me to have some other sort of color choices in the mix. Right now I'm waiting for this to dry. In fact, I should just hit it with a hairdryer and that'll make my life easier. But what I need to do is I need to get the quilt pattern on this. So one of the other things I'm going to add into that statement about color is I don't really believe in sort of standardized color in the sense of like you need to have your primaries and things of the sort. What I believe in is just basically proportion. As long as you have good proportion of color, then you're probably fine. And those proportions are stem from, let's see if I have white here. I just need white pencil. Blanc. There we go. Those proportions stem from you having an understanding of things aren't always even. And so like the idea of having this be a lighter piece in general, I think is going to be better for me because sorry, I'm going to draw these little shoe marks on the bedpost here. Not keeping stuff even, making sure it's not too far apart. So like you don't have one little tiny spot of dark color. You need to have a couple of them. Like there's other rules to play by that are potentially just as important for choosing a palette. But effectively, I think you can mix any color. You can put whatever palette you want together, and it will work as long as you understand the proportions that need to go into it. So that's my general sentiment on it. So I don't do a lot of pre-planning. I don't do a lot of choosing colors ahead of time with an intention, like, oh, this green is going to be this thing, or this blue is going to be, the sky, or anything of the sort. It's more so I just pick a palette that I think is sort of pretty, and then just know, oh, at some point I will figure out how all these work. Squiggle Stars says, sorry I'm not able to watch the stream. I was watching a movie with my friends. I just want to see your art is great. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, so let's get in here and let's start adding a couple of little odds and ends. So one of the things I want to add, I do have this other swatch and I can put some of the colors in. I'm trying to see if there's, I want to put in some pillowcases. It may be best, honestly, if I just take a new piece of paper and color out some pillowcases. What I will do is I will do it with this. This isn't pure white, actually. This is sort of this, I don't know, sort of grayish tone. And so I'm going to hit it with a Posca marker here. Just get some white pigment down. That way there's a little underlying color that's there. And this can be my pillowcases on the bed. I'm going to let this dry now, so I'll hit it with a hairdryer. So give me 1 second. Okay. So let's get these pillowcases in there, and then I think I can probably start to build some of the main structure of what's going on here. Little details like the alarm clock and the frame and the smoke coming out of the door, all that kind of stuff can be sort of done at a later point. I'm having to build some of the basic structure though, just to get underneath. So when I go to cut these characters out and put them down, I'm not having to fight against something that was already sort of pre-done. So I'm just going to get a pillow. Let's see. Still too high up on that edge. That's probably a little high over there. So there can be a pillow. And let's do one more pillow out of this. What other questions we got, folks? How can I help? I'll put another pillow in there. Most of that's going to be covered, so I'm just getting enough that it's there. I'm going to get that one to cross ever so slightly, just so I don't have a tangent that happens. Get that one just about like that, and then this one can fit in there, like so. And then mother, there. Mother. No one's asking questions. All questions. Let's see. Where can I do this? One of the challenges doing all this glue is I have to go glue stuff off to the side so it doesn't get glue on the piece as much. It's a pain. It's one of the struggles. It's a struggle of being a collage artist. I have to fight against the glue at all times. Okay. That gives me enough base there to work off of. And now, I need to start figuring out how I'm going to do the mother in this. Oh, wait. Oh, I also need to draw and get some color down on the bed here. That tone. Let's see, what other tones do I got here? Maybe I'll do it in paint. Ooh, maybe I will do it in paint, because paint is kind of fun. And mix it up here. Let's see in the background. I want a very specific brush, and I'm trying to find it. There it is. Found it. Trying to find my liner brush. So what I'll do is just get not too much water down. Let's see if I can get this a little bit easier here. What I want to do is get it to go up and over the body. Of the mother that's underneath this, which will be put in place eventually. So my wife and I last night watched The Substance, which everybody said was body horror, and I guess it is. I didn't find it all that gross, honestly. I found it more funny. I guess it's just sort of farcical in my mind. Especially the theater scene at the end. I was cracking up over that one. But it was pretty good. I feel like it felt like a music video almost or something, but partially because there's this techno band. Was Dennis Quaid eating the shrimp? Yes, that was probably the grossest thing out of the whole thing. There's a techno band that did the song Satisfaction, not the Rolling Stones, but a different Satisfaction song, and it felt like one of those videos, and so that's why it felt like a music video to me. But do people even know what a music video is anymore? Is that a thing? Am I too old now? That just became a look at old man Hoffman there. All right, let's see. I'm trying to get this. It drifts over the edge a little bit. Then I gotta do it this other way, which is like this. I just went and put a big old streak across that. That's not what I wanted. Okay, let's try this again. Getting that in. I'll let that dry a little bit here before I come and do some. I guess that doesn't really matter because I'm going this way, so it doesn't really make that much of a difference. Okay, let's see. We're getting there. Once I build this quilt, build it, paint it, whatever you want to call it. Same thing, I guess. I don't know. Then I can start putting in, say, Mama Beaver. Mama Beaver. What's my favorite music video? Favorite music video? That's a good question. Let's see. It means I gotta remember all the different music videos. I'm trying to think if there's like, I mean, obviously like Peter Gabriel's Sledgehammer is pretty up there. And I did like those Genesis ones with the puppets. They were kind of creepy. Um, but let's see, is there one that's like a super, like, the question becomes, is there a better, like, is it band? Is there a band that I like more than others that had a music video, or is there a music video in the sense of like um, the actual video itself, the production, the whatever it may be, that is better than others? And so like uh, um, I'm trying to think if there's like a go-to art artsy fartsy video that I loved. I did like was it Daft Punk's All Around Around the World, or whatever that one is, where the people all go in circles on the sort of turntable looking thing. I liked what are some of the other ones that I like that were in that same sort of, I feel like most of them are going to come from like the 90s of sorts. Trying to go through like the bands that I had. The problem is most of the music that I like is not necessarily stuff that I know from music videos, oddly. Like the equivalent of Young MC's Bust a Move, primarily because of Flea's Pants. Let's see, what else is in there? Like again, these aren't like the best song for me. That's just weird. I'm trying to, now that I look back at it, there's probably also things that like there's songs that I remember because of the music video, like Huey Lewis, the one where like all the heads are bopping in the sand. But I don't know if that's yeah, my wife says many Michel Gondry videos are all up there. Let's see. Oh, Matthew Briggs, you saw the note who faced the music. Nice. So Panda Erica asked, do you draw or sketch on your illustration paper before adding your cut paper pieces, or freeballing and adjusting shapes as you go? Freeballing. Interesting. Interesting choice of words. Spike Jonze videos. Yes, Spike Jonze has some really good videos. Definitely. That one, what's the one where he's outside the movie theater or whatever it is and he's dancing with the group? That one's pretty top notch. But the shoot, why am I drawing a blank on what I was just about to say? Oh, do I sketch? No, I just kind of wing it. I mean, I have a sketch that's here, and so the sketch is in front of me. Is this an exact match? No, this is a, like, here's what I think should be there, not exactly what's going to be there. And so I will adjust accordingly and start to make changes to the images as I work on it, based on sort of, this is one of the bigger challenges of, like, as I start to put down imagery, do I adjust the piece because of textures, because of placement? So like the equivalent of right now, these probably aren't going to look like this in the end. They might look similar, but they're not going to look like that. And some of that is the cut choice that I make. Some of that is the materials that I'm working with. Some of that, I mean, there's so many different factors that come into play that the hope is that it's somewhere in the same ballpark, but it's generally not going to be an exact replica. And I have to sort of figure it out as I go along, and it's scary, admittedly. Like, as I start to work on it, I'm like, oh, I don't know which direction this is going. I sure hope that it works, but so Matthew Briggs says, should have asked for top videos, huh? I don't know if I can name my favorite video either. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to go back and think of like the stuff that I listened to when music videos were still around. They're a thing. I definitely liked Beck stuff, and so Beck videos were fun. I think the problem is a lot of the videos that were like, when I was watching videos, my taste in music was not as good. And so, like, and then there's bands that I know that have really good music, but I wasn't watching their music videos just because I was, my musical taste was not as refined of a palette. And so, like, the equivalent of, was I watching all the heavy indie stuff that I listened to when I was in college? No, I was just sort of listening to whatever. Um, and so I don't even trust my own um, taste at the time. Let's put it that way. Or it's embarrassing even potentially what I listened to at the time. So that's too much of a close color to that. I need something that's a little bit more punchy. I might have to introduce another color into the palette just to make sure that it sort of pops a little more. It's a question of, do I want to do orange or do I want to do something that's like hot pink? I feel like orange is probably a better bet just because hot pink might be, I've done hot pink a lot, and so orange might be a fun little twist to throw in the mix. And I've done orange on some of the patches of color here, but I'm going to add a little bit more. It's only day out. Cool, you're going to college to become a children's book person. Yay! What college are you going to? If you can say. Or are you just aiming that direction, or did you get accepted? If you got accepted, congratulations. What I'm going to do, I'm going to start introducing this. Orange in a couple of spots here. Start getting it to punch up a little. Oh, it's only day. You're going to my school. Is that how you found me? Did I do a talk and you saw me somewhere? Did I meet you? Am I being silly and I already met you and I don't know your handle? You're going to be in school in September with, I don't think I'm teaching any freshman classes, but potentially the next year because I teach some sophomore studio classes. So that could be fun. No, we never met. Okay. Are you from New England? And I ask that because we do get some students from other areas of the country, not because of some other, I don't know what the other reason would be, but I was trying to, I like this little touch of orange popping in there. Okay. Now that I have that color, I need to get this completely dry. I actually had one of your posts pop up, saw your bio, and followed right away. Look at that. What a small world. My last class for the semester was this last Tuesday. And then tomorrow I go in, and you probably heard that we do this, but we have semester end evaluations where every student has a panel they go see, and they showcase the work that they did during the semester, and the panel talks to them about said work. And the ones I'm on tend to be either sophomores or seniors, because it's people who are trying to apply for their senior year classes and things of the sort. And so, but there's a very big likelihood that we will. No, I'm not. We're New England. Very close from the college. Wait, no, I'm not. From New England? Very close from the college? Either way, you're coming to the school. We will meet. We will chat. And I'm glad to have you on board. I feel like most of the people I meet or have on here that are from Montserrat are pre-existing students. So it's fun to have someone, especially someone who didn't like meet me at an event and organically came this way. There must be that there's some like algorithm that has the school name that pops up or something of the sort. But either way, it's still cool. We're the cool kids. Everybody should be jealous of us. Okay, let's see. Trying to get this basic structure down for the pajamas. Okay, let's see. And then I need an arm to come off and be. It's a question of how much do I want that arm to curve there. I'm not happy with that cut. Let's cut it a little different. Maybe like this. That's a little better. Okay. So, do you know it's only Daya? I hope I'm saying that right. Do you know what program you're aiming towards? I mean, I'm assuming if you want to be in Kidlit, that you're aiming towards illustration. If so, that's my world. In that case, we definitely will become friends. If it's not, that's okay too. You can be something else. It's not as cool, but you can be something else. All the cool kids are in illustration. I don't know if that's true. Probably the printmakers are the coolest. They live in the basement. They play punk music. I don't even know if they play punk music with it. That's my assumption. But the illustrators are pretty cool. I'll give them that. I will give them that. My fingers getting to the point where they're getting sticky from all the glue. So I just need to get this other arm to stick out just far enough in here. Are there other questions from the crowd, from the audience that I can answer? Questions about art, questions about life, questions about career, questions about I don't know, the Pope. I must say I'm not religious of any sort, but the pomp and circumstance, the regalia that goes around the choosing of a new pope is, I think, pretty cool. Charles and Toast, did you miss the session again? You did, man. Tonight was Rob Sayegh Jr. Now we've had him on before, but this is his second turn back. He came back. He chose to come back. It's weird. He said, "I haven't had enough. I need more Mark in my life." But he was lovely. But he has a little 1-year-old at home that he had to go tend to. Tend to makes it sound weird. He has a 1-year-old that he had to put to bed, and so he was unable to stay around real long. But he is a lovely person, and I'm glad that he was able to join us for the evening. And then someone said something else up here. Was it? Oh, Matthew Briggs. Yes, Kidlit World is pretty cool. The Kidlit World is pretty small, honestly. Like the amount of people that know each other is really fun. Where you get to, meet and interact with people, and like this last weekend went out to the Kids Graphic Novel Festival in Acton, and the amount of people that are there. Now it's graphic novels, which is a little bit of a different setup, but just very, very nice to have a variety of people there that are all sort of friendly, and then you meet one of them and find out, oh, their best friend or their crit partner or whatever it may be is someone that you know, and it just builds and builds and builds from there. It's only day live froze for a second, but yes, hopefully we can meet in person. I am sure we will. If you have any questions about the school or anything that you need um, outside of admissions, or if you want the inside scoop, DM me, and I'm happy to chat with you over the summer. I know I'm not teaching over the summer, but that doesn't mean that my job ends. There's lots of things I got to do, and so if you need help or advice or anything of the sort, just holler. That's what I'm here for. And then Floral Bikini asks, how much do current events influence, inspire, impact your art? It's a good question. The idea of current events impacting is different um, than sort of like how it impacts. Obviously, like I'm a news reader, and so there are things that are going on in the world that impact a lot of us in a negative or in a positive, depending. One of the things I talked about with Rob before he had to take off was that idea of, things like tariffs and how, the perception of the art world on, or the kidlit world in particular, on buying books and things of the sort. That kind of weighs into it. But for the most part, I try to stay the course and just make work that's fun work and not really worry too much about, or I worry about that stuff, but not for my career. I worry about it and for the livelihood of people as a whole. As far as current events when it comes to the book industry, I stay up to date on some of it. I try to also like kind of step away from it. Like Publishers Weekly always has all these, great articles, and people send me stuff like, oh, did you read this thing? And to be honest, probably not. I tend to sort of duck out of it a little bit because it can be a little overwhelming, or it can be a little taxing at times to try to stay on top of all of that. And so I tend to sort of limit how much I get caught up in that end of it. I will look at like the recently purchased side of things, like the book deals and things like that. But I generally try to stay a little bit away from getting caught up in all those little finite details. And then I'm trying to figure out what shapes I need for said beavers on these. And then the like how it influences the work is generally not in a visual form. I don't think that really does anything for it, but I do sort of like, I guess a better way to answer that question, maybe that's a little bit easier to answer, it's just the idea of like, when I work on these images, how much am I caught up in sort of what's going on in the industry, both either politically or whatever that may be, or on a visual level too. And I tend to I will look at new books, but I also know that the books that I'm going to make are going to be probably wildly different than what the next person makes. And I'm okay with the idea that I don't have to follow trends, I guess. I try to stay away from trends if I can. And so like there's other collage artists that do collage stuff. Do I sit there and look and try to compare my stuff to theirs? No. You know, I look at someone like as a prime example. That's like half camel, half example. As a prime example, you have someone like Christian Robinson who does amazing collage stuff, but his collage stuff is very sort of simple and not overtly textured in general. And then you have someone like Equa Holmes who does something that's like way more textured but more serious. And like there's all these people that I could get caught up in all that stuff, but I know that even if I were to try to replicate what they were doing, it's not going to be the same. It's going to look totally different. And so why bother getting caught up in that? So I'm just going to make the work that feels natural to me. It's only Dia. Thank you. Nice to meet you. So let's go back here. Let's see what we got. Congrats on your new audiobook. Oh, that's to Matthew Bergs. Yes. Teacher Mariel, what other ideas did I throw around before landing on the beavers and the log breakfast? Oh, so the other one I was looking at doing tonight, which was this, which is meerkats. That giant sun, like crazy radiant sun with lots of layers of color. And it's just one of those animals I was like, oh, that'd be cool in a boab tree. And then the other one was this duck one that I threw off to the side here that I should do at some point too, which is, oh, there it is right there, which is a mama duck with all these little baby ducks, and she's angry because the papa duck's just swimming. And so I might do that one at some point on one of these days. But for now, it's beavers. I asked my wife which one she wanted, and she said the beaver one. So that's how we ended up there. She always tells me what to do, everybody. She doesn't let me decide on my own. She's always there just telling me, you gotta do this, you gotta do that. I'm just kidding. She's great. And Mother's Day is coming up, so I can't complain. She's wonderful. Bye. I'm just trying to get the pajama colors for these beavers. Beavers. Is that pretty yellow right there? Oh, that's not as good of a yellow. I have all these other little swatches floating around that I need to pick and choose. Are there other colors that I should throw in the mix? Like, that's a good color there. I should probably pull that for something. Maybe. Oh, I think I know what I'm doing here. Let's see. This. Maybe a little touch of this. So there isn't much to do color-wise here. I gotta let this dry a little bit. So everybody knows this is my thought process. This little beaver, here we go. Put this back down here. This little beaver is gonna have yellow because the yellow will fight against or not fight, but it will challenge the orange enough that it's not an issue. Then I can go and put something that's a little bit more in that same vein, because there's only a sleeve really that's sitting there. And so I can put something that's a little bit more in the color range of that, but maybe what I'll do is probably pull something that's a little bit more on that sort of greeny orange side. Then down here, what I will probably pull is, what was it? Oh, maybe something a little bit more on this like deep green, yellow, or potentially something that's in this range. I'm afraid this is too close to that, so it could be that I swap those and I put that one up there, but that's too dark. That's why I need, if I put this color up there and I put this color down here, and then, I mean, I could put this there. Maybe that's better instead of that same orange. So everybody's got their own little palette of sorts. That might be better. And so here's what I'm gonna come up here. I'm gonna go make my little sleeve. Here's the little guy here. I'll have his arm right there on the edge. He needs a little sleeve that goes up towards his mother like this. And then I can put a head on him. A little head on him. Where did I put that color? It's here somewhere. Whoa. Whoa. Oh, it's off to the side. That's what it is. Okay, let's grab something like this. Now I go put something like that. Which means I need to cut that just ever so slightly. Right there. And then that sleeve right there. And then he's going to have a little nightcap head on. Or a hat, rather. This is going to be one of those ones where I'm working up to the last minute. I can already tell. There's just a lot to do. Let's see. I'm going to put this here, like so. That little elbow sticks around right there. Okay, now let's get this little sleevey sleeve stuck down. All of this is going to be hidden behind the head. So how it connects here is not that important because this is going to sit right on top of that, like so. I have to put ears and all that kind of stuff on them too, but that can come later. There's that. Let's cut out a tail for that one. That one's up front. Needs to be a. I'm gonna actually trim this just a touch too, so I need a bigger tail than that for that one now. And it needs to be darker. So let's make it darker. I see there's a comment there. Let me get my pants going here real quick for a second. Get this darker. Grew up in a cartoon called Angry Beavers. Are you familiar? I do know the one. I don't know if I've ever seen it. I mean, I know the title. What year was that? Laurel Bikini. What year was that show? I want to say that was in the like early 2000s, if I remember correctly. I could be way off on that. That's my guess. '90s. That was the '90s? Really? Okay. Late '90s. There you go. I was gonna say, don't try to make me look stupid. How dare you? No, that I know the show. Like I know the basic gist of that show. I have not really seen it or paid that much attention to it, to be honest. I used to work in the animation industry that was slightly after that, I guess. But I don't really follow cartoons all that much anymore. Old cartoons, as they're called. I think that's what they're called, right? Let's see. My goal here is to be done with the basic structure putting in here. That terminology didn't make any sense. My goal is to be done putting in all the major parts of this by 11, and then from 11 to 12 I can do all the detail work. That's my goal. Let's see how close we can get to that. I need my Zacto blade. Where's my Zacto blade? There it is. A little tiny sliver I need to cut right there. Get out of there, you rascal. There you go. Why is that not sticking? Not enough glue. Glue. Okay, let's see about getting these other ding-dongs here with their brighter palette cut and into place. So one of these needs to be cut like this, and then little hand comes in right there. I'm trying to do them in a single cut if I can. It's just less to have to deal with later. So if I can get in there like this, get this little cut like that, and then come in here and put a little head on top of it, like so. I'll cut that just a little bit shorter. There we go. And then this needs to be cut down ever so slightly. So if I put that on top, cut that right about there. Okay, so this guy goes in first. I'm gonna put stripes on some of them. I'm gonna put stars on some of them, so they feel like jammies. I like this yellow being added into the palette. This is actually pretty close to a palette that I would do in college. I used to stick with this palette quite often. Do you prefer to scan or photograph your collage work? I always scan it. I know some people actually, it kind of caught me by surprise, and I understand it now, though. But there's some people that solely photograph their collage work. And the reason for it is so that some of the shadows and stuff on the edges show up. You know, like if it's really flat collage, like, or paper that you're using, if you lose some of the, like, the edges altogether, then it might as well just be flat paint or something of that sort. And so there is this, like, there are folks who tend to want to hold on to that. I, on the other hand, don't really care as much for that, purely because the setup that I'm doing oftentimes is with such textured paper. Like, you know, there's such an ingrained texture into the paint that I've already done and things of the sort that I don't really worry as much about where did I lose that beaver's head? It's over here somewhere. Oh, I found it, and it just fell. Can I get it? I'm gonna try to pick it up with my toes. Hold on a second, did I get it? I got it back. The idea that, what was I saying? I don't remember what I was saying. Shoot, what was I saying? I was talking about, scanning. The texture that I have already shows enough of an edge that I'm not really worried about any sort of shadow that's being cast. The edge for me is not about shadow or about, like, depth of the piece. The edge for me is really about, or the reason why I want the edges that I have is about sort of color against color, not necessarily that it has to be some crazy, beautiful, like, dimensional piece. That's not the star of the stuff I do. So, if that makes any sense. Let's see, that piece can go down, then this. So Rob, can you guessing about it being in honor of Mother's Day? Yes, it is. It was in this household, on Mother's Day, I, along with my son, however, it's basically me, make breakfast in bed for my wife. And so on that day, we go up there and I make her something that she can sit there and have her breakfast without having to deal with us or having to get up early or anything of the sort. And so that's what this is a play on. And so instead, it's a bunch of beavers who have brought a log to their mother for Mother's Day. So that's the gist of it. So I need to cut out some rollers that could be in her hair. colored rollers that can be sitting up there. I got another yellow one like this. I'm going to take some of these. Cut some of these out. Into roller shaped. Whatever a roller shape is. Let's grab some of this. Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll grab some of these too. I'll grab some of this. Like here. Go. Those have little lines to match. I'll paint some texture on so it looks like hair being wrapped around. But stuff like that. Let me get some tails for the youngins here off to the side. Yeah, I'm trying to work relatively fast because I don't want to be up super late because I have to go in for evals tomorrow. But going dark enough? I guess it's dark enough. Do I have any more of that really dark one that I made? I don't know if I do more. Okay, in the meantime, I can use this. These are going to have texture on them anyway, so it's not that big of a deal. So this guy's going to have something like that. Sticking up in the doorway. What's cool is I can see through it, so I can go and cut this out. To match the shape underneath. Yep. There we go. Get that out of the way. Get this guy here, and this one needs to be a little guy like this. Let's cut the wrong way. There we go. That. So same thing here. I'm gonna go and stick this down. Ooh, the rollers. Oh man, that's what it should have been. The roller should have been made out of wood. Maybe I have to do that. I have to see if I have enough of that palette left. Because if I can do that, that would be pretty funny. If they're also little wooden rollers that the hair is wrapped around. I'm getting here. Darken that little nub that's right there. Let's see, because this was the, over here was the palette for the wood. Let me see. Because if I can do that, that might be the best. I'm just doing a bunch of little like rollers out of this. And maybe I'll mix in a few like green ones, a few of these orange ones, but not the yellow potentially. Oh, but then I gotta paint all the like, I guess I can paint the little nubs of, okay. That's the pain. I gotta do it that way. So, here's what I need. I need, what color did I use? I used white. So what I want to do is make them match sort of that. So it feels like I have that. So I might actually need to do a little bit more on this instead. Let's take this. Let's come in here. Let's grab my white this is the ash yellow. So like this, right there. I'll take something like this. It's the same thing. I'm building the structure for the cuts that I have to make eventually here. So I basically made these little things I can cut little chunks out and put them down, and that won't be an issue. And then what I might do is get, so the other things I need some sort of spot of yellow pie. I need the frame that goes up there. So I could go take something like this and cut that and make the yellow patch of yellow that's up there. Let's get that yellow. Where's all my colors? Where'd they go? They're all underneath this, of course. Everything's a mess. Let's see. Floral bikini. Is your painted paper just computer paper? There's two different types of paper that I'm using. One of them is computer paper. That's colored computer paper. So it's like fluorescence and like just, here's like salmon colored, right? Just plain old paper. Copy paper that's just tinted. And then the other is tissue paper. And so I, between those, get the palette that I want to essentially work with. And so a majority of what I'm doing is tissue paper, but then I do use that computer paper periodically, depending on what the sort of, if I need something that has just like a base color underneath, sometimes I'll use that, or like a fluorescent paper. So like if I have something that needs, as an example, like here's a color of paper that's computer paper, like it's acid free, has that color, and so like at some point I might want that to really jazz the piece up. So okay, here's the challenge. I've cut a bunch of small things. I gotta dry this. Try to dry it at an angle so it doesn't blow everything else out of the way. Then this needs to be like so. Needs to be like so, and so this will come up over here. That'll be that swatch right there. And that will be, the question is, do I want to make it like a window that's there? It sort of just sits right above. That's probably better. Okay, so let me stick that down, and then I'll build the frame around that. We're getting there, folks. We are getting there. I figure out how far down I want. About there. Cut the excess off. And I cut the excess off just so it doesn't catch on things and tear up. Like the edge over here starts to come up. And so I'm just trying to prevent that. Okay, so next thing. Could put the tray. Maybe this is the log. That's the log out of that. Okay, so next thing is let's put some rollers in that here. Here's a little chunk of wood roller, and these will have details like the chewed edge on them as well. That gives me some of those. I'm going to go and cut this one maybe so I get a little bit more out of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. I know it's not very exciting to watch me cut. They're going to be beautiful in the end, so. We'll just put some of these rollers up here like this. Might need to make just a couple more, depending. So you get the ears in there. All right, maybe what I'll do is one more batch of those. Yeah, rollers made out of wood is I don't even know what made me think that. I think it was something that somebody said. I don't know, but it may have been you saying like someone said something about the bedposts. Oh, rollers and bedposts, such a good storytelling. That's what it was. It was the word rollers in there made me think, oh, I should make the rollers out of the same thing the bedposts are made out of. So you get credit for it. You didn't actually say it, but I'm going to give you credit. So anybody who's watching this needs to know that Floral Bikini, who's watching right now, suggested the rollers being made out of wood. Chewed wood. There we go. So I got another batch here that I can make. And so between all of these, I should be able to get this hair done. Still have the faces to do. And the ears. And a bunch of other stuff, but you know, who cares about that stuff? I think my wife is upstairs watching, what is she watching? What's it called? Ripley, the show Ripley. Okay. There's another. There's some brighter colors. Not that much brighter, but they are brighter. There we go. Exploding make with my mind. What is the studio mix? What are you saying, Adrian? I don't know what that means. Adrian, stop being weird. I don't need you being weird. Oh, exploding mark with my mind. That's what that means. Oh, I see. I get it now. What? Huh? You're not allowed to do that. You made me like this. I made you like nothing. That's what I say. I made you like nothing. I may have supported it, but I didn't make you like that. I don't like that edge. There we go. This is the risk of Tangent City with all these little pieces going down and becoming stuck to the pieces. And make sure they don't hit weird edges and ruin the competition. Hey, Lauren.
Yeah.
What was competition from? Someone saying competition. What is that from?
It might have been Natasha on America's Next Top Model.
Someone on America's Next Top Model is what she says. Either that or it was So You Think You Can Dance. It's got to be one of those two.
Yeah.
Competition.
Good.
Lauren, do you like these rollers? Is it funny?
Oh, yeah.
Just to influence. Yeah, Adrian, yeah. You're like a sponge. You soak up everything. Adrian, are you watching right now? Or have you already moved on? If you're watching right now, put something in the comments. I have a question for you if you're still on. I'm really sticking to this. How dare you, Teacher Marin? I may not allow you on here anymore. With a joke like that, I don't know if that's okay. This is a time where Bear Editor to jump in with another horrible pun right now. But I don't think he's on here right now. That's his MO. He jumps in with puns that ruin the evening. Puns are okay. I just don't know if I trust anybody who uses puns on a regular basis. Okay, there's the rollers. Do I have any other extra little ones? Because there's one other spot that I see that I would like a roller, but I don't want to have to do it. I don't have to. I guess I can do this. I can go like this, and then cut, and then paint, which is a little swatch of paint. There's that little edge right there. Let that dry. I just want to cover up that little spot right there. That's a little too jarring for me. Okay, let's see. Maybe too big too. Make it a little smaller. Okay, let's see. Where are we time-wise? We're almost at 11, but I do have most of the big stuff down, so I'm not overly concerned. Yeah, I could put one more roller right there. I guess I'll do it. What a pain. Who decided to do these rollers? Who made me do these roller things? Oh yeah, Laurel Bikini. Was making me make these decisions at the last second. Changing the whole night. I'm getting lightheaded. Okay, let's see. Then I've covered up all the little holes of blue poking through. A little bit of blue underneath that edge right there. Yep. All these decisions you made me make for little bikini. Now I'm feeling lightheaded because I had a blow to try to get them to stop being there. I feel all dizzy. Okay. So let's touch a couple of the little spots here. Let's try to figure out what color I want that frame up there to be. What color I want this thing to be. What color I want this log to be. Is that too big? That's too big. Okay, intentional cut is funny. I think it's funny. You'll see what I mean in just a second. So I cut that so that's lower than what that is, so it doesn't make any sense at the height that it is. But to me, that's funny that that's the size. Let's see. I cut that the wrong direction. I did, didn't I? And let's see, do I have enough of that to get by then? Let's see, I need to go. That way, like this. And then I can have this little log sitting on it like this. Okay. Move it down just a touch like that. Okay, let's get this in there. I think I need something darker up here in the corner too, because these are coming in so hot. I need to put something up there that's darker, but we'll get to that. Glue. This guy stuck down. This is the tray that it's on. Let's get the log on there. Like this. Let's get a glass of water. Is that? Oh, that's good right there. I can do that. Glass of water there. Maybe I'll make it come up a little higher than that, but that's the water part. You'll see what I mean by that in a minute. Okay, let's get our there we go. Okay, let's get last little bit of just a little bit lighter on some of these. Okay. Breakfast burrito. Oh man. A floral bikini. If you're asking about Ripley, that's my wife's got to answer that one. I don't know. It's on some channel. It's on Netflix. That's what she says. I don't know if I would believe her, but what is that? What's happened there color-wise? Is that a weird mixture of color happened? Okay, let's get some of these details starting to go in. I still have to do this. Still have to do the alarm clock. Still have to do the smoke at the door. Still need to draw in a bunch of other details. Some of these. Tails in here. It's not stuck down on two edges. Okay, let's get this hair painted in. That a little bit darker. Let's try that again. It just died. Let me get it back up and going. There we are. Okay. So what kind of questions do people have? Come on. Ask me, ask me, ask me. I'm gonna get all this hair in here. One more curler's worth. There we go. I'm gonna break past in a couple of these little tiny deals that no one cares about but me. Okay. Let's get paw up on here. Paint it in instead. Same thing down here. I'm going to do the same thing on this. Little hand reach in there. Little hand reach in here. Couple little ears. Originally this guy was going to have a little hat on, but I think it's funnier without the hat. I don't think the hat is necessary. Let's put it that way. There's a couple ears. Here like so. Let's get a couple up in here. And then two more over here. I'm gonna lighten these ones up just a touch. In fact, maybe these need to be lighter ears. There we go. Okay. There's a color I can use. There. There for that glass. Get that white. All right, what can I help people with? What can I help people with? This will all get toned down. Okay. Stuck down there. There we go. Okay, let's see. This. Stuck down there a little better. And then where is good brush? That's not not it. Throw it down here. Oh, there it is. So I need this. I need my ash yellow. Out there. I'm going to touch up those rollers ever so slightly because they got a little bit away from me. So I just want to It's over near the fireplace last I saw. It may be in one of the bags or something that's over there. So my wife is asking me questions about where something is upstairs. I mean, not sorry. Sorry, not sorry. How about that? I might do it. So now that I have that, I'm going to come back in instead of just using pure white. Mix up a lighter tone of what I was using there. Just go. My wife is saying that Matthew Berg did a One Piece piece. The One Piece, which my son is obsessed with One Piece right now. He's reading all the books. Yeah, we're trying to watch the shows and all that fun stuff. I've already watched all the shows. I watched it when I was in Ireland by myself, and now he's trying to play catch up. Add a little bit of separation on those. Ever so slightly. that. So may not be the most exciting thing for everybody to watch me put in these tiny little details, but it has to happen. I just had deja vu. Put in. This is, let's see. Got striped stars, polka dots. What else could a boy want? Probably Star Wars, but you know. Matthew Berg's. So he's reading One Piece. I see. I just looked out for a second. Saw your question. He's reading One Piece. So he's, I think, in the like 20s or 30s, somewhere in there, for the books. And then I know there's like 100 something, whatever. So he's in that range. And then I think he might have watched a little bit of the animated show. I don't know. But the live action show is the thing that he's been watching with us. We've been watching it with him. That's the one that I've seen the whole. I've never read the book, so I don't know how it compares to the books. But I've seen the whole live action series. It was fun. I know it's probably not as good as the books, as anything like that would be, but it still was nice. I had heard a lot about the books through students. Like everybody talked about One Piece, and so when the show came out, I was like, okay, I can at least give myself some knowledge about what they're talking about. So now I know when they say Luffy, what they're talking about. When they say Nami, and the other characters, I don't remember their names at this point, but the chef character and the swordsman guy, I at least know some of what they're referencing. dry this up. Let's see if I can get that to be a color a little bit closer to the line to what's there. Too big of a brush. Let's try this again. Let's see. There we go. Okay. Now, before I go too far, let's stick down a couple of these things that are popping up. Don't pop up anymore. Let's go make our frame up here. That's where I'm trying to figure out if there's a color that I want to use. Do that out of all of these. And I could do it out of this, which might be good. Okay. I'm just going to stick these down as I go. The live action show is a great adaptation. Next season will introduce Chopper. Jones is a doctor. I'm excited to see how he will look because he's a reindeer. Oh, that's right. There is a reindeer character. I forgot about that. I've seen it on the covers of the books, but I haven't seen it. Yeah, I haven't seen. Well, obviously, no one's seen probably what they're going to do with it. I mean, I enjoyed the series. It's a little like cartoony, but I mean, so what? There's a lot of shows that are sort of cartoony. And I actually, I really love the like there's the guy or all the like pirates who are like half fish kind of situation or whatever, and like it's I don't really have much of a problem with it. It's just I have to understand that it's meant to be a bit silly, but it was fun. So there's a reason why I'm watching it again. I enjoy, admittedly, and my wife knows this, but I enjoy when my son gets into something. I try to get, certain things, let's say, certain things that I try to like get excited about with him. So he invests in things. So like when he got into D&D, I was very much like, okay, we're gonna go buy a bunch of things, and that's my tendency is like to do that. But I didn't want him to be someone because he did a lot of like trying of things for a while, and so I like the idea that he really enjoys something and has. I don't know if I would say there was fandom, but of that sort, and so giving him the opportunity to have some of these like things like that, and watching it with him, I think, is important as a parent. I'm gonna do this, and then you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get this out of here. I'm gonna grab one of these scraps of white here. I'm gonna put the sun peeking up over the edge of the window frame like this. It's just like this glowing hot sun popping up. In fact, I'm gonna trim it so it fits in the corner where my time lies. Oh man, I don't know if I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna have to probably do a two-parter. I just don't know if I have enough time to get all the details done that I gotta get done. I wanted to be done by midnight. All right, let's see what we can do. If I can crash this thing, get it done fast, then great. But I doubt I will. Gotta do all the faces, all the little details. Okay. Already see something I gotta fix, which is over here. Gotta paint over that because I made a big mess. Double double doo. Double double doo. Okay. Let's see. And then the door. Put that door in there. What color do I want that door to be? Did I do this yellow? Is that crazy? Is that crazy talk? I don't want that. That's not a good color. That's not a good color. Let's see what happens if I do it as this. Basically just ran up the side and then did that and then another little piece as an addition, like so. Not really sold on it yet. That's too dark. That's too dark. What are the other colors I had? I thought I had another swatch of colors out here. Let me see. Hold on. That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Could use that. Oh, I have a whole nother chunk of colors. What I was hoping for is more like that color. I don't know what happened to it. I had a whole bunch of it. Did I use it all? Did I? Oh, that's it right there. Maybe I can use it. Okay, let's see. I have to be frugal with it because there's only so much of it to go around. If I want to put it up in here, I need to be mindful of how much cut off. That and then go like that. Well, that could probably work. This needs to go the other way though. Let's go like that, and then like this. Then I can have something that looks like a door. Okay. Straighten out just a touch. Don't want it to be perfect. Where are we? I got 18 minutes left. Oh man, I don't want to have to go to another thing, but we'll see. If I have to, I have to. Okay, let's get a little bit of this. Okay. Let's see. I will probably restart here in a second so it doesn't cut me off before I want it to. Let me get these last. We'll touch it on something like that. Okay, let's see. Let's see about some colored pencil on some of these. More pinks. And let's see, I want this color. Just let's get. Try to work quick here. Pencil sharpener. Where's it there? Some sort of orangey, warm orangey colors. There we go. Okay. For anybody who's tuning in, I'm gonna stop the feed here in just 1 second, and then I'm gonna start it up again because I'm not gonna be able to get this done exactly at the 4-hour mark. It's not gonna be much longer. It's probably another like 20, 30 minutes, is my guess. But I do need to stop it so I can get that done. Get that. Get the feed so it doesn't get cut off. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna stop the feed for a hot second. I will be back in a matter of probably 2-3 minutes. And when I come back, I just realized I totally forgot to do a section of that. Let me get that done first before I forget. If you have to do the polka dots on the arm, that's up there. And so give me 1 second. I will do that. When that is done, I will stop. And then we will come back in a matter of a few minutes and continue the process. Hopefully we'll tune back in. There we go. Okay, so again, here's a sketch. Here's where we're ending up so far. I'm going to put this back up here. I'm going to stop the feed. I will come back with part 2, and we will wrap this up. So give me a second. Bye, everybody. Welcome to part 2 of Gavin Doodle. I'm trying to wrap up this piece so people can see what it is. It is a mother beaver who has been brought a log from her little babies. I don't know what a baby beaver is called. It doesn't matter. And they made a mess in the kitchen, thus smoke. And so I got to go do that after the fact. But what? Kits? Sounds right. Sure. A kit. They're kits. Kit. So, I will continue to make here. Yes, I did. So I'm just trying to get this done for the night so I can go to bed. at a reasonable time. Because I have to get up early tomorrow instead. Most of the time when I do these Gavin Doodles, I don't have school the next day, but I do today. Tomorrow. Well, I guess actually. Well, no, it's not quite midnight. I'm trying to figure out where I want these eyes placed. Something like that. Let's see, I need 2 big eyes. 2 big wide awake eyes on this guy. And then 2 more wide awake eyes on that guy. Because everybody knows when it's Mother's Day, they're wide awake, but Mama generally is not. I'm trying to figure out if I want these like she's happy, but she's not happy to be awake. Like that and that. And stick these down. And I'll draw pupils on it. Put these almost up to the edge of the head. Not quite. Turn that one so it doesn't quite touch. Close. Have to put some what do I want to say? Some. Why can't I think of it? I just lost what it was I needed to do. There's something on the... Oh, the ears. I need to redo the ears. It's a question of trying to hit the right color. I don't mind if they're darker. I just need to... Get some ears in there. It's a question of where do I want those ears? Like here-ish. Another one. Right there. Okay. Let's get those ears in there. Okay. And I got those in there. Let's start drawing in facial features and cheeks to have. Little rosy cheeks. Even a little bit of orange in those cheeks. bit of fluorescent going in there. Let's go grab the black colored pencil here. I'll do that, and then I'm going to come in with my she needs a dark nose as well. How high up did I? One there. And then get that in there. And get some darker tones underneath. There, I might actually like give her some bangs that are in there of some sort. And do a couple little touches of that. Again, the fluorescent. On top with that orange. That in the mix. And come in here and give her some they're all smiling. I want to see. This, and then these pupils drawn in. Now I know where they go. That. Let's see. I'll come up here to the sun. Put some little white rays that are going around there. And then let me go build. Yeah, that's a little bit of hair, the paint coming down. Let's see. This should be darker. Put more black in it. is my... Oh, did I put the wrong brush in the water here? I hope I didn't. I don't feel it in there, so where to go? Oh. Oh. Where is my special pointer brush? Where to go? Oh, see it there. Where'd it go? Oh, is that the one? I think I dropped one. That's the issue. Fell down on the floor. That's the one I want. Give me the most. Detail of all my brushes. Okay, we're getting close, folks. Maybe just us, Lauren, right now that are watching. Might be. That's okay. Cinnamon. 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 I think it's only you and I, Lauren, that get that joke. What? So my wife and I are making a reference to the movie, American movie, where what's the main guy's name? I can't think of it. Mark something. Anyways, his uncle, who is, I don't know if it's his like uncle or if it's great uncle or what, I don't know what it is, but he's a very old man, and he's trying to say cinema, and all he can say is cinnamon. He couldn't hear very well, or they had him act in one of the scenes and he's out in a car in the cold, which there's no reason for him to be out in a car in the cold, trying to say it's all right, it's okay, there's nothing to live for, Jesus told me so, but he can't get the lines right, and so they just keep him in a car forever, trying to get those lines, and it's very funny but also sad. But there's this old guy, freezing cold in the car in the middle of, I think Michigan or Wisconsin, one of the two, trying to read those lines. It's alright, it's okay. You just couldn't remember him, so he kept saying, My question is, do I need like a little something down here that's a little like dark section? Milwaukee, is that where it is? Mark Bouchard, yeah. Correct, Lauren, correct. You got it right. I'm proud of you. My wife's a real smart cookie, they say. Who's they? I don't know. Why do they say it? Not a clue. But the thing is, she's a real smart one. Real wise guy, they say. Real go get 'em type. A real stinker, stanker. Another worldly clanker. Ding dong like King Kong. Ting tong, ting tong. Just got that right. She does have a gangster glide. Okay. By the way, Lauren? Just do that the rest of the night. What were you watching all night? I don't know, just some guy going for hours on end. Where's my black pencil? It's under here somewhere. Da, 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 da. Where's my black pencil? With the heart of a lawyer. It's here somewhere. Where's it gone? Oh, it's right there. Let's see what happens if I do this. Pencil sharpener, where did you go? try something here I've never done before. See on this way. Is that too cartoony? Let me see, I'll cut out a little bit more. Too weird is the question. What's that? Not too bad. The question again at the right height. Just to give the impression. Let's see. What I might do is get this guy sharpened up. Sharpened up. Where's my pencil sharpener? It fell down somewhere. Where is it? Is it behind that? I have an electric pencil sharpener. Where'd it go? Is it gone? Wall? Oh, I see it. It fell down here. Hold on a second. It is hanging by a thread. Gets that much of a finer point. Okay. We are getting close. So the next thing I need is what happened there? Let's see, let's glue this guy down. It'll come in here like this. I mean, it could go over that actually. Stick this guy down in a spot that makes sense. Right about a little higher. I think it's actually maybe a little funnier if it's even higher than that. A little more hidden. That down. Okay, now we're going to come back with the white. Here they have. Okay, I need a couple of little scraps here. Let's see. Need a little snippet of this. Trying to get just the right angle here on this. Let's see. That's pretty good. Okay, now I gotta get lines like that. Button across the top. Yes, it is. Want my eraser? Where's my eraser? It's in this mess somewhere. There it is. Okay, I need this. So I can put in the time. This guy right here. So I need to do. Okay. I did. That's cool. Pop, 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 pop. Pop, 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 pop. Is that right? Pop, 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 pop. It's okay. Pop, 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 pop. How's this looking, Lauren? Pop, 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 pop. My white pencil. Let's do the. Okay. That may be it, folks. That might be it for the night. The only other things I can see is maybe a. So, yes, if you're watching this on Instagram, I put these up on YouTube underneath Studiohoffmann. If you're watching these on YouTube, I put these up on Instagram. What? Oh, they're live. True. They're live on Instagram on Thursdays. And so you pick and choose your fun and what you want to do. And, oh yes, and one last thing, for anybody that stayed through till the end, I'm doing mentorships. I already have a few lined up, and I have spots for more though. So if you're interested in a mentorship, contact me, DM me on Instagram, and I'd be happy to let you know. There's a pinned post at the top that has the prices that are available. There's a 1 hour session. There's 2 1 hour sessions. Once 1 week and then once the next week. There is a 4 session one as well that we meet once a week for 4 weeks. And I give assignments and we talk shop and I go through portfolio and help with advice. Basically, I've been teaching for 20 plus years as an illustration professor, and relay all that I can to those that are interested. I do that during the summer. I'm doing sessions right now. I'll probably do another round later in the summer, maybe even 3 rounds. But reach out to me and I'm happy to relay all the information. If you have questions about it or anything of the sort, you can contact me. I'm happy to go through it all with you. I'm just going to grab one other thing so we can have a nice clean shot of this. Bippity boppity boop. I got this new black foam core to slide underneath. Ooh la la. Fancy, fancy. Yes, I can try to take a photo at the end for my art director upstairs. Let me just zoom in a little bit on it. Right about like that. I'm going to try to center it out a little bit for us. There we go. Okay, so that's it for the evening. I will be back next week. Next week on a special Thursday night. We have Game and Doodle, which is a special session where we have on 3 other illustrators besides myself. So we have Renee Carilla, we have Jacob Suva, and we have Sarah Anderson Walsh, i.e. Sarah Walsh, you might know her as that. And we are going to play drawing games for the night. And it's it's Philly, it's fun, it's silly, and it should be an entertaining night. For those that are interested, again, Game and Doodle, as my wife put down, next Thursday at 8 p.m. Otherwise, you all have a lovely evening, and I'll see you next week. Bye.